I'll give one more minute. And I'm very lenient. Good afternoon. It's 4:03. I'd like to get the 12th meeting of the Planning Environment Committee underway. Please check the city website for additional meeting detail information. Meetings can be viewed via live streaming on YouTube and the city website. The City of London is situated on traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Lenape and Attawattaron. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. The City of London is currently home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit today. As representatives of the people of the City of London, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work and live in this territory. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact PAC-PEC at london.ca or 519-661-2489 extension 2425. At this time, I'll ask for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, and I will move to the consent items. Are there any items that committee members would like to pull? Okay, seeing none, then we will proceed to put all of them on the floor. I would like to start, however, with a verbal presentation from staff, and this is regarding 2.2, regarding the Byron Gravel Pit secondary plan. This has been in front of council for many years now, and I thought it would be good for new councilors to just kind of get a brief history update. It'd be good for me as well, just to kind of hear where we're at with this particular piece of property. It's a significant property in Byron, so I would look to staff right now to please go ahead with that.
Good afternoon. Through the chair, this is Allison Curtis on behalf of Planning and Development for item 2.2, which can be found on page 6 of the agenda package. The Byron Gravel Pits is a unique area within the City of London that has been providing gravel products to supply the London construction market for over 75 years. In the early 1990s, the city began exploring the long-term planning for future uses of the lands and developed the Southeast Byron Area Plan, which was approved in 1992. As the aggregate reserves have continued to deplete and extractive industrial operations wind down, there's been renewed focus on the future uses of the gravel pit lands. The process of developing a secondary plan for the area was initiated in 2016. A municipal council approved a terms of reference, directing staff to develop a secondary plan to guide future development for the secondary plan area. At the same time, work was underway to complete an environmental assessment for the Commissioner's Road realignment, which required work on the secondary plan to pause. The EA was completed in 2019 and approved the realignment of Commissioner's Road through the secondary plan area. Once this work was completed, the city continued work on the secondary plan. Since 2019, staff have been working to understand the physical characteristics of the site, evaluating recreational and open space options for the area, and consulting with landowners, the public, and provincial ministries to inform the development of land use concepts and development principles. Staff have prepared a draft secondary plan that provides policy direction for the lands within the gravel pits based on its unique topography, natural features, and relationships with the surrounding neighborhoods. Staff are recommending that the draft secondary plan be received for information, and staff be further directed to commence public engagement with the community and other partners to inform the final secondary plan and the implementing official plan amendment. It is anticipated that engagement with the public and other partners will occur during the second and third quarter of this year. Plan refinement and another statutory public meeting will be held in the fourth quarter. Thank you, and staff are happy to address any additional questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. So I'll turn it over to committee now for any questions on that item or any other secondary or consent items. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I just would like to make some comments, if I may, and through you, and thank the chair for the presentation. There's, and to staff as well, there's a lot of history in the secondary plan for the pit. In fact, I go back to probably 8 years ago in my first meeting. We had a Planning 101 session, and staff mentioned we should never refer things back unless there's a really good reason. And one of the what was on the agenda was the gravel pit, and we did have to refer it back. And it has been, I understand, a lot of work gone into where we are today. So we are receiving the draft plan right now. Really looking forward to the public participation process. I know we've done a number of public information sessions the past number of years, but I want to just comment on what staff said about the uniqueness of this area, and it has great public interest. So really looking forward to, in the second and third quarter, having public information sessions, getting the input from the public as we look forward to receiving, I guess, the final draft coming back to us later on next year. I do have a question around once that final secondary plan does come to us next year, what would the process look like going forward if we decide to receive it, or what are the next steps going forward?
I'll go to staff.
Through you, Chair. The next steps after the secondary plan's approved, so that'll provide land use designations. We'd be expecting plans of subdivision to come in that will be looking at the different blocks of land for development. And through those plans of subdivisions, additional studies would be there. There would also be, depending upon the ownership of the land, we'll call it the donut hole of the gravel pits, which may become into public ownership. There would be a master plan, a recreational master plan that would be undertaken that would provide the long-term development of those passive and active recreational uses.
Councillor.
Yeah, thank you for that information. I think we're just starting that process now with that public engagement and hoping to hear a lot from the public. Hope that information gets out to the public as we undertake the final version of the secondary plan. So I want to thank staff. Been waiting for this for quite a long time, so thank you.
Any other comments or questions for staff? Councillor Frank.
Thank you, yes. And I also appreciate reading through this as I've chatted with a couple different people about this topic. I was just hoping to hear from staff a little bit about the process for protecting the bank swallows that we know are at that location, which are species at risk.
Go to staff.
Through you, Chair. We have been in discussions with the ministry and will continue to be in discussions with the ministry. There's a bit of a challenge that the licenses have to be surrendered for development to occur. The slopes have to be made safe. We are trying to work with opportunities that we can preserve the bank swallows or provide for an alternative location for them, maybe within the gravel pits.
Councillor.
Thank you. And just to follow up, so would that kind of information be included in the secondary plan, or would that be included in each specific development application individually?
Go to staff.
That would follow through subsequent applications. Currently, it may form part of the master plan for the recreational leisure portion, which would also look at some preservations of natural heritage features that are currently within the gravel pits. So those would be all incorporated into that larger master plan.
Councillor.
Thank you. Then I look forward to seeing that master plan later on. Thanks.
Any other comments or questions from committee or visiting councillors? Councillor Primble.
Thank you, Chair, and through the Chair to the staff. When we received the advisory committee minutes, and there's a lot of times it's being noted and the things that were discussed, but we actually don't know the results or what the advisory committees are supporting. And I just don't know if it's if there's an opportunity to include the information for us, because there is a lot of input that I feel we are missing, and we don't know how these advisory committees, how they feel about a specific issue. So my question is to the staff, is there an opportunity to include this? Because I'm quite sure during the meetings, the advisory committees, they agree on certain things, they disagree on others.
Go to staff.
Through you, Chair, one would hope through the minutes of the advisory committee that they would provide their comments to us, but also we're accepting the comments from them. And within that final staff report that we bring forward, the end of the fourth quarter, there's sometime into the first quarter, we'll include the comments that do come from the advisory committees. So it'll be part of an appendix. So you'll be able to read those comments.
Councillor.
Thank you. This might be actually a question more to the clerk's office, and I attended one of the advisory committees last week, and again, I haven't seen the minutes yet, but I really think that our staff, when they take the minutes of these, if this could be included. So I don't think there's specifically to this committee, but because I saw the advisory committee, I just want to mention it, that it would be certainly helpful to the committees when it comes, that it actually states the opinions of the advisory committees or what they stand for. So it's more for for our clerk's office when they are taking the notes and taking the minutes, if they can include it for us as well.
So I'll see if the clerk wants to comment on that. What's that? Okay, I'll go to Ms. Westlake Power on that question or comment.
Thank you. Through the chair, our role in the city clerk's office at that meeting, at the Community Advisory Committee meetings, is the same as our role at standing committees and council, and that's the record of the motions that are passed. So in some instances, you'll see where the comments of a working group or the findings and that sort of information is attached to the report coming out of the Community Advisory Committee meeting, where they had directed that as part of a motion that be forwarded either to civic administration or to the standing committee. And that's the extent of the record that we keep. We do not do a verbatim dialogue summary. And where the Community Advisory Committee deems it appropriate to make a formal recommendation about their findings, that's what's reflected in the committee report. So if there's not a motion that has that type of direction, that's why you see the clauses that refer to the notation about the presentation that they received or the discussion that they may have had, but there wasn't a motion that came out of it.
Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, and that certainly is understandable. One of the things, if we can please, when we have our staff at these advisory committees, if we can inform the members of these advisory committees, if they want this certain topics to come to us, that it's going to be either through direction or through the motion. And once they know that, I believe that there is going to be more involvement in terms of the direction and motion, and the information will get to us. So I would just like to ask our staff to advise the members of the committee during the meetings. Thank you.
Ms. Westlake Power, I'll go back to you on that request, and I want to hear your comments.
Thank you. Through the chair, I appreciate you acknowledging me again and being able to speak to that request. That is made very clear to the Community Advisory Committee members when they are brought, when they're onboarded as part of a committee. And as you may be aware, we're going through a process right now of bringing on new members, and that will again be part of the onboarding process.
Councillor Pribble.
No more questions. Thank you very much. I do have.
Any other comments or questions on the consent items? Councillor Pribble.
Yes, for 2.5, the monthly report, if I through the chair to the staff, if you look at the page, sorry, where's the table on Appendix A? And my question to the staff is, if you look at year on year during the last 3 years, we are really on a large, substantial decline. And I wanted to ask you if there are any specific reasons potentially, and I know it has nothing to do directly with us, but in terms of the economy, what's your input on that? And also if there are any opportunities. So if you look at year on year, last 3 years, the significant decline, any feedback on that, please?
Go to staff.
Hey, Chair, it's Kyle Wilding, the Manager of Plans Examination here on behalf of Peter Kokaris. Through the Chair to Council Pribble, we believe that the biggest change that we're noticing in the construction values for 2023 over 2022 and 2021 do have to do with just some economic aspects of it, the interest rates increasing, and things are just adding some uncertainty into the markets. So we are noticing a decrease that has been pretty consistent throughout the year. So outside of that, we're not 100% sure where it's going, but we are still planning for the all of the new units to come in and are getting everything ready for when they go.
Councillor Purple.
Besides the economic situation, which I think we all understand, are there any opportunities or certain things from our end that we could potentially improve on or make things faster or anyway be more progressive? Anything from our end?
Yes, through the Chair. Currently what we are working on is we're taking a step back and we're looking at everything from an enhanced customer service standpoint to help streamline things as the numbers are lower. It's a prime opportunity for us to grow, retrain new staff, get all of our processes in order so that we can, moving forward when these units come into us, be prepared for the increase in building permits.
Councillor.
And in terms of the staffing levels, and I know in June we received a request for 11 additional staff. And as far as I know, the recruitment started immediately. Any update on the progress of recruitment of these staff?
The recruitment is still, oh, sorry about that. Through the Chair, the recruitment is currently underway. We do have the postings going up on the board recently or very soon. We haven't seen a whole lot of the numbers come back and the positions haven't necessarily closed yet. So in the coming weeks, we will get a better opportunity and have a better idea of what those applicants are looking like.
Mr. Purple, or Councillor Purple, sorry.
No more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of comments as well, just listening to the conversation from the councillor on the Building Division monthly report. As he stated, we get the 3 years. Just through you to staff, I would love to see numbers over a 5 or 6 year period, which I think would give us a better indication where we are. I'm often, when I do read the building reports, I often wonder how we compare to other municipalities too. It's very easy just to be very focused in our own city and where we are with numbers and moving permits forward, but I know it's just the industry itself is having challenges, and I would like to see somehow how we compare to other municipalities. I personally think that we're hanging in there and doing everything that we're possibly can do. Good to hear that we're still pushing the staffing, getting that complement going, the technology, getting that system updated and working better is something that I'm very supportive of. And I know the building department is doing everything possible. So I just want to encourage staff to keep up the good work.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for staff? I'd just like to follow up a bit on this discussion, Mr. Wilding. I had the same questions in my head Councillor Hopkins had. I know the years of 21 and 22 were, I wouldn't say exceptional, but I remember hearing that these were very busy years. So I'm just wondering if staff could comment, are we back down to more of normalized times, pre-COVID times, or is this a bigger concern of onset of maybe recessionary times with interest rates starting to take their effect?
Through the chair, through discussions where it appears that we're coming down into more what would have been our historic normals. Of course, with London being as fastest growing as a municipality as we are very much watching the numbers and the permits coming in and growing growing for that. In looking at all of our data, I have kind of noticed through this discussion as well that an additional year or two would make a lot of sense on the data. So I do appreciate council's request there. That is something that we are very actively working on. And I do like the note to compare to other cities, and that will be something that I'll take back, chat with staff, and see what we can come up with there.
Okay, thank you. As we know, 47,000 homes is the target, and there's concerns when we start to see a slowdown on how we're going to get there, which goes to my comments on the Byron gravel pit. I'm very happy to see this back on. 8 years ago, when it got started, infill and housing concerns weren't on our radar, but now they are, and talk about an infill project of quite the magnitude. So those are just my personal comments to staff. I encourage you to keep this train going, because I think that's an opportunity for us to get some much needed housing done there. So if there are no other comments or questions, then I need a motion on the floor for consent items. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Frank, and I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. And I'll move on to our scheduled items, starting with 3.1 regarding properties at 2 and 3 Kennon Place to be removed from the Register of Cultural Heritage Resources. I'll look for a motion to open that public participation meeting. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Frank, and I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay. We have the staff report. If there are any questions of technical nature for staff, I'll go to committee right now before I go to comments from the public. Seeing none, I understand the applicant is here.
Sorry.
Okay, then I'll open for comments from the public. If there's anyone who would like to speak to this matter, please approach the mic. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online.
Through the chair, there's no one online.
Okay, thank you. So I'll look for a motion. Just one more warning. Okay, seeing none, then I'll look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Councillor Hopkins, can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Hillier seconds, so I will call the vote.
I hate calling it these things. Councillor Lewis, please. Thank you. Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. I'll open the floor now to committee members. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I'm happy to move the motion. I know it is, we're looking at removing it from the register. Doesn't meet any of the 9 points. So I also just want to thank staff. When you give us these reports, they're very detailed. I'm not the expert, and I really appreciate all the information and detail that goes into these reports, so thank you.
Can I get a seconder for the motion moved by Councillor Hopkins? Councillor Frank seconds. Any other comments or questions before I call the vote? Seeing none, then I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We have a similar item on scheduled item 3.2 regarding 689 Hamilton Road. I'll look for a motion to open the PPM on this. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So I'll look for anyone in chambers who'd like to address the committee on this item. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online.
Through the chair, there's no one online.
Okay, looks like no one wants to speak to this, so I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Frank, seconder. Councillor Hopkins, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So I'll open this item for committee. Councillor Frank?
I'm happy to move the staff recommendation, and I think that Councillor McAllister will be very happy to have it moved as well, even though he's not here.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a seconder on this one? Deputy or Acting Mayor Lewis, I will second. Any comments or questions before I call the vote? Seeing none, let's vote on it.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to 3.3 regarding 1474 Kaleli Road. I will look for a motion to open the PPM. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Acting Mayor Lewis. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Yeah, we have the staff report. I'll look to committee now if they have any technical questions for staff at this time. Seeing none, then I'll ask if the applicant would like to address the committee. Please state your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and committee. My name is Jerzy Smolarek. I'm a partner with Civic Planning and Design. I'm here today to represent a partnership of 2 builders led by Royal Premier Homes, who are the owner and the developer for this project. First off, I want to acknowledge that we are in full agreement of planning staff's recommendation brought to, before you this evening. And we also want to thank planning staff who worked with us diligently throughout the process, specifically Michaela Hines and Melanie Vivian, who have been a great help to get this project to the finish line. This 18-unit project, infill project, proposed at 1474 Kaleli, is on an interesting site. 50% of it is on a heavily treed slope, so you can't really develop much of that part. And we're actually retaining the majority of the trees and the slope as is. The western portion of the site currently includes a single-family home, which is proposed to be redeveloped into 2 buildings. The front portion having a 3-story, 12-unit rear lane back-to-back townhouse building that all the units are going to be fronting onto towards Kaleli Road. And then in the rear, there's going to be 6 units, 3-story townhouses with traditional style front garages. As you'll see, we've provided and included a project fact sheet on the added agenda. Hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at that. It provides further details about this project and outlines how we've led our community engagement process with the community. I'll leave it at that. If there are any questions from the committee, I'll be happy to address them at the appropriate times. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll go to the public. If there's any persons that would like to address the committee, now's your time. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online.
Through the chair, there's no one online.
Thank you. So seeing that no one would like to address the committee, I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Deputy Mayor Lewis and Councillor Frank seconds. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So I'll now open the, this item for committee discussion, motions, et cetera. I see Councillor Cuddy. I'll let you go ahead, as I'm sure this is in your ward.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. First of all, I want to thank the constituents of Ward 3 in this area, Kaleli, and also in Webster for their work with the developers and the planners on this. This has been, in my short term on council, this has been the, I won't say it's easiest, but most comfortable project we've worked on, and I wish they were all this way. The planners, Civic, were excellent to work with. The residents came together. We were able to collaborate on a design that nicely impacts the area, and it's just been a very good relationship building process. We've had a number of residents that came to us with some suggestions. I was able to pass them on to the planners. We were able to work them in, and Chair, I'll even mention that the planners were so easy to work with on this that they were able to salvage some trees that were designated to come down, but due to a good working relationship, we were able to salvage the trees and placate the neighbors, and so it's just been a very good relationship. We're very happy with it, and again, if all infill developments could go this way, I wish they would. So thank you to all of the residents on Webster and on Benjamin who worked with me on this, and on Kaleli, and also to Civic for their work on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Look to committee members for questions or comments. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, I want to echo a couple of things that Councillor Cuddy just mentioned. I do appreciate how many trees they are saving, and that over 50, or just I think 50% of the area is green space, which is above our minimum of 30%. So I want to thank the applicant for making every effort to try and protect those trees. And I did notice as well that ensuring enhanced tree planting is provided at site plan is included. So I look forward to seeing an enhanced tree cover as outlined in that area. So I'm happy to move staff's recommendation and just thank staff and the planners at Civic as well for working on this together.
Okay, so we've got a motion that's moved. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Hopkins, I was going to go to you next. You're welcome to comment, but if you want to second it, that's fine. So we've got a motion moved and second, and now we'll go to Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the ward councillor's comments as well. It's always good to hear the perspective of the ward councillor. I do have a couple questions around the development. Happy to second it. It's a great infill, like the councillor said, and the give back for the trees is really appreciate it being in the recommendation to enhance the tree planting, and I could see that that's going to happen. I wasn't sure if it is a 3 or 4, or has that been decided yet, 3 or 4 story. And the second question I have is around the fencing. Is there going to be fencing? I know one of the concerns from the public was the fencing. Just want to know where that lays.
I'll go to staff on that.
Through the chair, the rear buildings are 3 stories and the front ones were 4 stories. And regarding the fence, that would be something that they would be able to do at site plan, is further discuss heights regarding that.
Councillor.
Thank you for that. As we approve the zoning, we don't see that process coming forward, so that's why I'm asking. I'm glad you are going to be looking at the fencing concerns through the site plan process, and thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments on this motion? Okay, seeing none, then I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on. 3.4, this is regarding 165 to 167 Egerton Street. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Acting Mayor Lewis made a motion and seconded by Councillor Frank. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So we have the staff report. If there are any technical questions for staff, I'll look to committee at this time. Seeing none, I'll ask if the applicant would like to address the committee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Nick Dajak with SBM, representing the owner and developer for this project. Generally, we're supportive of the staff report. We think there's an excellent project coming forward and a good opportunity for more compact residential development. And for sites like these that we're seeing, approximately an acre in size, this is a very typical project that we see would benefit the community. Working with the owner and the architect, A+Link, we've created a design that fits within the community, maintains the two houses fronting onto Egerton Street, which would maintain that streetscape character, and hides the parking and townhouse development to the rear, providing 9 additional units. So we're currently going through the process with seeing how the comments from departments and the urban design peer review panel can be accommodated. We've made a few changes that we think greatly improve the site layout and the building materials and that kind of thing. So happy to answer any questions, but we look forward to an approval and site plan application moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look to the gallery now for any folks that would like to speak to the committee on this particular item. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online.
Through the chair, there's no one online.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one in the gallery at the mic, I will assume that we're good to call the vote. So I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Hopkins, and I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And now I'll open this item for committee members. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, as always, I'm happy to see a nice infill project coming to us. I am wondering, just through the chair to staff, about the setbacks. The front yard and the interior yard look a lot smaller, but I know that they're in measurement with the existing. So any consideration or worries about that being too close to adjacent properties, or you're fine with the existing setbacks?
I'll go to staff on the question of setbacks.
Through the chair, so the setbacks that are being requested are for the existing dwellings. So just recognizing those existing situations, and it's actually tied to the single detached dwellings exclusively. So the townhouses themselves would have to meet the minimum required by the R5 zone.
Councillor.
Thank you. That makes sense. So then the new stuff will probably have nice buffers to the adjacent properties, is what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. That's my main technical question.
Okay. Other comments, questions, motions? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to staff. The green space, any comments around it being sufficient? I have note of it and I'm trying to find it in the recommendation. So if you could just add
staff comment
to my
on the green
notes.
space
Thank
in
you.
this project.
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So private amenity spaces are provided for each of the townhouse units. They are provided a 6-meter setback from the building to the adjacent side yard, or pardon me, side lot line. I believe there are also private balcony or deck spaces as well. So amenity space is provided for each of the proposed units. And then there are also existing patios on the single detached dwellings as well for private amenity space. And through our review, staff were of the opinion that that's sufficient.
Councillor. Councillor Frank.
Thanks. I had one follow-up. I did notice in the comments, there's mention for a public bike rack. Given that there's not, it looks like any other kind of outdoor amenities provided that would allow somebody to secure their bike to. I'm just wondering if that's something that has been discussed with the applicant and might be considered.
I'll start with staff on that one.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair. So there haven't been any discussions. However, that's something that can be considered through a future site plan.
Counselor?
Thank you. Yes. Well, I'd love to include a little amendment asking and directing staff to have discussions with the applicant about having a public bike rack at the location.
Okay, so you've moved a motion. Clerk, do you have the gist of that motion? Counselor, can you repeat that for me, please?
It would probably be under the existing staff recommendation under Part B, where we're already asking the site plan approval to consider a couple things. So maybe it'd be item 5, I. Oh, sure, yeah. Whichever area you want to put it in, 4 or 5. Anyway, under Part B, something along the lines of staff be directed to discuss public bike parking with applicant. I also would take any staff feedback on the wording of this on the fly motion.
Staff, can you weigh in here on what the counselor is looking for with some suggestions on wording for the clerk?
Through the chair, the suggested wording would be that the site plan authority be directed to consider short-term bicycle parking.
So if committee want to refresh their screens, their clerk has the motion there. Okay, if you see, if you look at the motion, if you look down to V, under B, BV, a line has been added, staff be directed to discuss short-term bicycle parking. Are you okay with that, Councillor Frank? Okay, a seconder, Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Hopkins has indicated she would like to second. Any other discussion? Acting Mayor Lewis.
So I know we're only asking staff to discuss. And I know chairs never want to engage in too much cross debate on this, or at any committee on any issue in terms of cross debate. But this is a private residential development. There is bicycle parking being provided. There is parking being provided. So I want to hear the rationale more in terms of, because people are going to have their garages and things. So you can park your bike in your garage. You can park your guest bike in your garage. I'm, you know, I get concerned when we start micromanaging site plan details to that level, when there are options available for folks. So I want to know where, like, where the rationale is in terms of short-term. I get we have guest parking for cars. And I understand that it feels to me like that's where the councilor is trying to get to, is that we want guest parking for bikes as well. But I'm just not sure where we are going to draw the line without reviewing our overall parking policies to start inserting these things in to individual applications. Like if that's something that we want to review in overall parking policies, I think we should have that discussion. I also would like to know whether discussion with the applicant has been had on this, because I'm always hesitant to start adding things in that the discussion hasn't happened with the applicant on. So through you, Chair, if the councillor can address those a little bit, I would appreciate that. But I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but I'd like a little more detail in terms of the thought process.
I'll look to the mover of the motion to respond.
Sure, happy to. Yes, so I'm just thinking of my use. So if I was to go and bike over there, it looks just based on the design that I wouldn't be able to lock up anywhere. And I have to carry my bike up a flight of steps into somebody's house, which is, I can do it, but it's annoying. And we're providing a lot of parking for cars, although that's arguable based on who you talk to. And I think that as somebody who would commute to this person's house by bike, I would like something that I could lock to. And usually when that happens, when I can't find anything, I either lug it up steps to somebody's house or I go and find like a city stop sign and lock it to that. And I never feel overwhelmingly confident it will be there when I return. And I don't know for sure, but maybe my direction is to ask the chair, task staff, are there garages? To me, this looked like there were no garages and all the parking spots were out front. And so again, I was just thinking that if we're going to be providing that much available parking to both the residents and to visitors, it would be nice if they had visitors who would be able to park their bike out front, because I wasn't sure if there are garages there.
So I'll go to staff. Is there secured parking at each individual residence, or is it shared parking in a parking lot?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no private garages for each unit. There's just the surface parking available, but no private garages.
Okay. Councillor?
Thanks. So I think then again, to me, yeah, just having a nice little bike rack, maybe with like 4 little lockup loops would be sufficient. And that's why I just wanted the staff to discuss, because also maybe it's something where they only do one, whatever, that's fine. But I think as somebody who would probably bike here, I wouldn't want to carry my bike up their steps.
I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lewis and then to Councillor Hopkins. I'm sorry, Acting Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate Councillor Frank following up and giving a little more on that. And I do apologize. Actually, I read the detached garage, but it's to be removed, not to stay. So that was my mistake on that piece. So I apologize for that. So I understand where the councillor is going, and I understand that it's a discussion that it may or may not happen. I will assure her when she comes to visit later this week in Ward 2, she won't have to carry her bike up the steps. She can lock it up in the backyard with me, but I'm open to supporting this as a discussion because I do think what she convinced me of is while this is a townhouse development, I have visited friends at apartment buildings and had no place to lock up my bike. And so I understand why she wants to have that, at least as part of the discussion on that. And yeah, if it's a 4-loop sort of traditional rack, I mean that's better than a city no parking sign out on the side of the road or whatever else might be available. So I appreciate the discussion on that, and thank you to Councillor Frank for a little more detail on her thought process.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add to the conversation and why I second this, I appreciate the acting mayor's concerns about getting into micromanaging. I don't think we are when it comes to discussing. We're not going to see the site plan process going forward. This is an opportunity where we can make these suggestions to discuss. So that's why I'm seconding it.
Any other comments or questions before I put this motion that's been moved and seconded as amended on the floor. Seeing none, then if the committee would permit me to throw my 2 cents in. I see where the acting mayor was going on this. I think if this development had individual driveways or garages, then I wouldn't be too keen on it. But this strikes me as like an apartment would be, and in that case, with shared parking lot for shared cars and visitors, et cetera, I think a discussion on having a secure place for tying up your bike is not a bad conversation. So I will support that. Okay, so I'll put the motion on the floor, please, for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to 3.5, 146 Exeter Road. I will ask for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Acting Mayor Lewis. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Do we have the staff report or any technical questions for staff? Seeing none, then I will look to the applicant. If the applicant is here, please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Jay McGuffin, Monteith Brown Planning Consultants. I'm here representing the numbered company, the applicant for this development. The development is a plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment. It is an extension of the Middleton Estates subdivision and basically is coming forward at this time due to timing of stormwater management infrastructure at the time of the approval of the original Middleton Estates. We would like to thank staff for working diligently with us to make this committee meeting. There was a lot of work that was undertaken by the planners to ensure that we were making this particular meeting, and would also like to identify that we have reviewed the recommendations and support the proposal as submitted by the planning staff. I'm available to answer any questions that may arise.
Thank you very much. If there's anyone from the public that would like to address the committee, please go to the mic. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online.
Jason Lalonde.
Mr. Lalonde, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the time. I understand that our traditional design culture is a powerful driving force, and it's easy to stick with familiarity. However, since our traditional methods have proven slightly problematic, I think it's important that we work to break away from the past. While some boxes may technically be checked in this proposal, I think there are some issues, and the design can be improved. I think the biggest problem I have with this development is that it is largely more single-family home sprawl. The area set aside for single detached homes offers 20% fewer units than the medium density area, but takes up twice as much space. So sprawl is clearly an inefficient use of space. As I understand it, it has been established that sprawl incentivizes driving and disincentivizes active and public transit. Sprawl also costs the city more money to maintain and service. So it sounds like sprawl should be avoided, and but this is just more sprawl. Sprawl is financially unsustainable, and I think we need to get away from it. Other areas or other issues with the design here, the staff report said that there was some green space that was provided for a focal point and central gathering. However, there are 2 green spaces at opposite ends, not in a central point. The green space at the top is OS5, where a park can't be established, as I understand it, and the OS1 green space is down near the single-family homes where there are backyards. There is a park in the neighboring community, which is good, so that'll be good for anyone who doesn't have to cross Bradley Avenue, but the medium density dwellers who want to get to a park with a playground are going to have to cross 4 lanes of road. So I don't know if that's the greatest thing. The report says that this is a walkable neighborhood. Now, I know there's a commercial section at the top in the north section. I don't know what's going to go there exactly, if there's going to be a grocery store, but if not, the nearest grocery store is a 22 to 27 minute walk, and that's for the higher priced grocery store. The nearest budget grocery store is a 31 to 36 minute walk, which is along Wonderland Road, which, to be frank, is a terrible walk. Unless the proposed commercial site will host a grocery store, this design virtually guarantees residents will be driving for their groceries rather than walking or cycling. I would think a walkable and cyclable neighborhood would strive to guarantee that most would walk or cycle to purchase their food. As far as the cyclability, I wonder what indoor bike parking will be provided for the medium density units who don't own garages. I've lived in a building without proper bike storage, and it is a very big disincentive to try to bike anywhere. And providing bike paths is great, but we also need to think about where people can store their bikes when they're at home. And so I do think that that does need to be addressed. If we were to replace all the single family units with more dense options, we could do townhouses, 3-story walk-ups, small sections of mixed-use buildings that have retail, office space, and residential. We could easily hit 1,000 or more homes in this development, and at an average occupancy rate of 2.4 people per household, that's enough people to support a small grocery store right in the middle of the development, along with a few other shops. And that's not even factoring in the Middleton Estates right next door. One thing I just want to point out that, to be frank, wealthier people live in single-family dwellings and poorer people live in medium density. In this plan, the major roadway cuts through the poor area. The major roadway needs to be crossed by the medium density dwellers north of Bradley in order to access OS1 green space. This may just be a coincidence, but I think it's something that we should probably look at a little more closely. This place the development doesn't really seem to have a central gathering point. There's park at the north, park at the south, but if we were to make everything more dense, we could then have a large park in the center with a few shops and cafes and restaurants where people could gather and get together.
Seconds.
Otherwise, they're not walking anywhere. They're just staying in their houses or driving everywhere. So I'll try and sum up quickly. The current proposal is unfortunately more sprawl. Though familiar, it's not going to help us get further. Sprawl is environmentally unsustainable, fiscally unsustainable, financially not viable as it cannot pay for itself. The plan disincentivizes active and public transit and incentivizes car travel. And Exeter is just south, and that should probably be where we steer cars. That's my 5 minutes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any other persons that would like to speak to the committee? Is there anyone else online, Clerk?
Through the chair, there's no one else online.
Okay, seeing that there's no one else that would like to address the committee, I will look to for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Frank. Call the vote.
No, yeah, they close public meeting and then they go to council.
I would advise the person online that your microphone is still on.
Deputy Mayor Lewis. Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I'll put this item on the floor for committee members. Councillor Frank.
Thank you, and thank you both to the applicant, staff, and then the resident who commented online. I did want to follow up maybe with some of the ideas that were sparked by the resident. I'm wondering, I've pulled up the map that's on page 17 that kind of outlines the different zones that are being rezoned, and I'm just wondering if staff could maybe briefly walk us through the various lots and what the density is on them. I know there's like some R1, R4, R6, OS5, so I was just hoping to get like a real quick overview of of maybe how many units would be on each of those lots, if possible? Because I'm getting kind of confused about where the townhouses are and where the single-family homes are.
Go to staff.
So you through chair, just looking at the plan, I don't have the map up that the council was after, but the single family would be the residential R1 zones, and then the townhouse blocks would be the R5s, the R6 zones. So there'd be the cluster in there. And that would allow for, like I said, the single detached and the townhouse developments, noting full well that some of the units can be brought up to 2 or 3 based on the recent legislation from the province.
Councillor?
Thank you. So just following up, R1s can have up to 3 units on a lot due to the additional residential unit, but in no way, if we approve R1, would we have to compel them to build 3 units on an R1 spot?
Go to staff.
That's correct.
Councillor?
Thank you. The follow-up question I have to that was just servicing for that area. Again, if it is as is, I assume if you're bringing this to council or committee, we have all servicing available, but hypothetically, if we were to move the R1s up to a higher density, is that possible to be serviced in that area? Through the chair?
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, thanks for your question. As part of the draft plan, we reviewed the servicing and capacity available as per the plan. If there was a request for higher density, we'd have to review that to see if that servicing is attainable.
Councillor?
Thank you, yes. Based on that information, I appreciate the information from staff. I personally would like to vote on the R1 separately, as I don't think that they're an efficient use of space given our housing and environmental crises. So I'm hoping that there's a possibility to do that maybe through the clerk, because I do think it would be great if the applicant could reconsider and do more townhouses in that area.
So the clerk will pull that to be voted on separately. Councillor? Other comments or questions from the committee? Acting Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, there is a reason that people are still building single-family homes, because people still want to buy single-family homes, live in single-family homes, and have raised their families in single-family homes. The other thing I think is really important to emphasize is the city, the developer. Nobody can compel a commercial retail business to open in any site. The comment we heard from the public was, well, that's enough people for a small grocery store. I can tell you that downtown has been asking for a grocery store for 20 plus years. And the catchment area that they need requires a minimum of another 10,000 people living in the downtown before they would consider a grocery store. And we're talking about the big chains here, not necessarily a small independent. But there's not a whole lot of small independent grocery stores operating right now. And so we can't base a decision on a neighborhood zoning application on what might potentially occupy a retail space. In fact, recently there were discussions around updates to the London plan for the downtown to not require commercial ground floor outside of Dundas Place and Richmond Row. That we wanted to focus the commercial there because the retail world is changing rather dramatically since the pandemic, and bricks and mortar shops just aren't in demand the way they used to be. commercial, whether it's retail or office space, is struggling already. We and other committees of this council have heard repeatedly for several months now the challenges with the downtown vacancy rates in commercial spaces. So to think that we will put them in neighborhoods and that they will fill up, I think is rather hopeful, but not practical in the current economic realities. So I'm going to support the full staff recommendation here. Chair, you mentioned in the last application the 47,000 units. In fact, we referenced that in the building report too. Every unit we build is one more unit. We're closer to the 47,000. The 47,000 number is not an affordable unit of housing. It's not a rent geared to income unit of housing. It's housing, period. And when we've got a vacancy rate in the city of well under 2%, we need to take every unit that we can get. Changing zoning now means shovels are not going in the ground anytime soon, because the applicant has to go back and completely rework their financials, their engineering, all of those things. They're here with an application for us, before us now, because those things are in place. The minute we start changing zoning requirements based on some public comment or some desire for more infill, means they've got to go back to all of their financiers. And, you know, density is great, yes. We're also in a high inflation environment right now, where we're actually seeing units slow down because of the cost of materials. So the more expensive we make a development, the more difficult it can be to get shovels in the ground as well. So I'm not going to support any changes to this. I'm going to support the staff recommendation moving forward. I think we have to be pragmatic about the fact that when the applications get to the point that they're before us, and we send it back and say, rework it, what we're really saying is don't put a shovel in the ground for another 2 or 3 years. So I'm not going to support changes to this tonight.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, committee members, for the discussion here. I want to just maybe follow up from the public. I really appreciate the comments coming from the public. I didn't see any here in the recommendation, even though I really did appreciate the internal department comments. I thought those were really important. I don't see it too often. I understand we do it with subdivisions, but it really helps me, being a committee member, to hear the discussions that have been ongoing to this point. And leading from those comments that were made, maybe I'll just start with the corridor. I want to, before we get into the housing conversation, the open space and the complete corridor that is going to be part of this subdivision development. I think it's really important that the city will be obtaining that corridor, working along with Upper Thames. Obviously, we're going to need a Section 28 on this, but really creating a corridor there that is going to help not only move the water around, but people and and creating, and I hope creating, that low impact development that really needs to happen in this area. So I understand that's going to be an agreement following if this is approved or not here with the city and the developer. I think those things are going to be really important. And I'd just like to add, since I have everyone's attention here, and staff in particular, the importance of when this corridor comes about, the monitoring and how that is going to work is also going to be very, very important. It's a low-lying area. It needs that extra bit of care as we develop this subdivision around it. I really appreciated the public's comments, because it really got me thinking about how isolated this area is and how car-eccentric it is. And I will be supporting the recommendation. I appreciate Councillor Frank's comments about that residential. I think we could do more density in this area, but the concerns that come with more density in this area, the walkability and the transit is lacking. So if we can do more to encourage that walkability, the biking, the just the movement, and not depending on the cars. Just getting in and out of this area can be challenging from time to time. So I am supportive, mainly because subdivisions today, we do that mixed use. To me, it's that simple. We put in single homes, we put in medium density, high density, throw in some commercial. There's a lot of commercial in this area, but I will be supporting it. I would like to acknowledge, though, in the recommendation, there is a holding provision that it be added in the recommendation. I understand the clerk has that as well. So with that, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I still need a motion. We do not have a motion. Councillor Frank? Okay. You have more comments? Please feel free to go ahead.
Thanks. I just want to follow up on a couple of comments that were mentioned. I do actually agree with Acting Mayor Lewis. No one can compel a developer to build, but we are in the position that we can approve and refuse applications. And as we've been discussing over the last couple of months, we know we need to be doing things differently. Single-family home sprawl is expensive for the city, for taxpayers. It contributes more to our emissions. And honestly, I think it's going to be slowly phased out the way that VHS and CDs are seen less and less and used less and less because it's no longer working for us. And nothing changes if nothing changes. So I don't think we can reasonably be approving more urban sprawl, given our housing and environmental crises. And I'm happy to be both hopeful and practical. Every developer I've spoken with would rather build townhouses because they make more money. At least that's my understanding. I could be wrong. And if units are slowing down, as we have heard, then that provides more time for them to redesign the two zones. And I mentioned, I'm not against the entire development, just the two zones that are single-family homes. I don't think I have the votes to carry this, but the point is, if it was to go through, there's still a lot that they could be working on while they redevelop the two areas that I'm speaking about. And if we're trying to build 47,000 units, and knowing that our low-density residential numbers are declining, regardless, the point is that our housing and environmental issues remain at a crisis level, and using up land for single-family homes is wasteful. We gobble up over 319 hectares of farmland every day, and 5% of Ontario's farmland is agriculture, and most of it's located in southwestern Ontario. So every bit of land needs to be properly used. And at this point, I'd rather take a bit more time to make the right decision than live with decades of issues that we have from urban sprawl. So we have the opportunity before us. I, again, will be voting on the single-family home residential one separately, but the rest of it seems like a good use of space to me. So thank you for the applicant and staff for working on it, but just moving forward, this is something I'll probably be bringing up more and more. Thanks.
I'll go to Acting Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to move the staff recommendation.
Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Hillier seconds. Any other comments or questions on the motion? We will be voting on the one item separately. Acting Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. I just want to, one brief comment. Councillor Frank and I may disagree on this matter, but this is within the urban growth boundary. It's not sprawl. Sprawl is when we start to consume land outside the urban growth boundary. This is intended for residential growth and use. So I appreciate the passion for addressing sprawl challenges, but it is within the urban growth boundary.
Any other comments or questions before I call the vote? Then I'd like to have committee's permission for me to speak to this. I think at committee level is not the place or forum to ban development of single-family homes. I think that's a bigger discussion, probably best held for when we review the London plan, perhaps. What I would suggest, there are many folks that want to raise families with a backyard in a single-family home and not in higher density. And if it's not available in London, they'll go to surrounding communities, which I would argue would add to carbon emissions and more car driving, which is exactly why those that were arguing the other side are trying to prevent. So, but I believe that we are acting within our London plan right now, and to make a diversion of banning a certain type of development. Again, I don't think this is the appropriate forum for that. So I will be supporting the staff recommendation. If there are no other comments or questions, I see Councillor Trasau. Please go ahead, sir.
I'll be very brief. I just want to agree with Councillor Skylar Frank. Just because something is within the current boundaries of the urban growth boundary area doesn't mean it's an appropriate area to be building up. And I think it's wrong to conflate those 2 points. And we're going to have a lot of discussion about this, but just because something is inside the border doesn't mean that we don't have discretion to say no. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions before I call the vote? Can we have a motion moved and seconded? So I will call the vote, and the clerk will separate it into separate items, correct? All right, because we're splitting it, we're going to need 2 motions. So I need a motion on the first for the R1, Acting Mayor Lewis, seconded by, I'll second it. Any comments or questions on that item? Then I'll call the vote.
So just
The motion right now is, the motion is to move the residential R1 special provision, R1-13-7 in Part A. That's been moved and seconded, and I'm going to call that vote right now.
closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
No, it's to move, not remove. It's been, sorry. You didn't refresh your screen. Sorry, my apologies. We changed it probably before you refreshed your screen, because that motion was for the staff recommendation. When I looked at the motion, it was remove. So let's. Councillor Frank, I'm willing to, I think we'd have to do a reconsideration, and I'm willing to do that if you, okay. Mr. Ms. Westlake Power, do you want to guide us here on, make sure we do the reconsideration properly?
Thank you through the chair. Before you recognized me, you had already said the words reconsideration. You will require a motion, and it can be moved by anybody because everybody voted on the favorable side of the previous motion. So it's just a reconsideration of the previous motion supporting the R1 so that it can be voted on again.
Thank you. Would someone like to move that, please? Councillor Hopkins, and can I have a seconder? Acting Mayor Lewis. Okay. So if you refresh your screen, if you need to, it's just a reconsideration of the last vote we had, then we can do a do-over. So I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay. I'll need a mover and a seconder. You can see the now corrected. If you refresh your screen. Acting Mayor Lewis and a seconder. I'll second it. Any questions or comments before I call the vote? Okay. Okay. Then I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. Now I'd look for a motion to move the remainder of the staff report. Councillor Hopkins, seconder. Acting Mayor Lewis. Any comments or questions? I'll call the vote.
Do you see the vote? Oh, okay. Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you. We are down to 3.5 regarding 146 Exeter Road. We'll look for a motion to open the PPM. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. I'll call the vote. My apologies, I read the wrong item. All right, we're on 3.6, which is 725, 729, 735, 737 Dundas Street, 389, 391, 393 Hewitt Street, a portion of 700 King Street, 400 Lyle Street, and other properties. So now I will look for a motion on that item to open the PPM. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we have the staff report. Any technical questions for staff at this time? Seeing none, then I will go to the applicant. If the applicant is here, please, sir, state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Hello. Hello, Planning and Environment Committee. My name is Alex Brown. I work at Stantec Consulting. I'm here on behalf of the landowner and developer for this project. Also with us here tonight is Luca Cott, Manager of Land Development of Medallion Corporation, the developer. First off, I want to thank you for your time here this evening and the general overall positive support we've received from the community and councils past for this project. This project is in the final stages of site plan approval. One of our conditions to receive site plan approval is to bring the project before the committee for one further round of public participation. That is why we're here tonight. Luca and, the staff have done a wonderful job summarizing this project in the staff report, so I won't go into details about the project. Luca and I are available to answer any questions that may come up tonight that staff cannot address. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll look to members of the public now. If someone would like to address the committee, now is your time. Please go to the microphone. Please give us your name, ma'am, and you have 5 minutes.
I'm Sylvia Langer from Unity Project for Relief of Homelessness, next door neighbor to the development in application here. And it is, I guess, the only thing that is outstanding for us, and I suppose this is a question I could have just asked Alex while he was sitting beside me the whole time here, and which I'll address later, has to do with the access that Unity Project has to the garbage, which is historically and grandfathered into the previous development agreements for access to garbage on that site. And everything is good, but I think we read the site plan a little bit mistakenly until recently, and there's just a question of where our access door is located that is of grave importance to us now. So I'm wondering what the opportunity could be for us to just change that, or what impact that has on the site plan right now, like whether or not it's possible to keep the access door where it is right now and not to move it to the back, the very rear of our property. The reason being is that we don't have clear access from the front of our property to the rear to get that garbage through. There is, with regard to the fence line and the building, there are obstructions in between there in terms of fire exits. When you get snow and ice, you know, in the midst of that, you're going to have an issue. Then there is the fact that were we to try to reinvent how garbage is managed on our site, it would require a resurfacing of our back lot. It would have all these implications as well. In the meantime, Unity Project has stationed these pallet structures in the rear yard. And those kind of obstruct or affect the access where it is proposed on the site plan. So that represents an issue to us. I think everything else we've addressed with regards to, vibration control, the concern that we have, access to ensure that we always have access to our driveway. I don't think that there was some road widening written onto that, but I'm just wanting to ensure that throughout the build and the construction that it does not ever impact access to our driveway, particularly because we have a great reliance on emergency vehicles.
Sure, thank you.
So I don't know what I really do from here with regard to that. Do I just have a private conversation with Alex?
No, I'll ask those questions when the public participation meeting is over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address the committee? Please, ma'am, state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, committee. My name is Jen Pastorius. I represent the Old East Village Business Improvement Area. Thanks very much for having me here today to speak to this. The Old East Village has been partner with both the Medallion Corporation and the City of London through the 2 previous phases and the current phase 3 of the development located along King, Lyle, and now Hewitt and Dundas Streets. Since 2007, we've been pleased to work with the developer in the city and area businesses and residents to integrate thoughtful and useful feedback ahead of the official PPMs at all 3 stages of progress. This was to ensure that all parties, including commercial and residential interests and concerns, were heard and noted. In the proposal before us, we met at the Palace Theatre in February 2020 to gather feedback from residents and membership, and then worked with Medallion in the city to integrate solutions to parking, logistical, and design concerns into this iteration of the rendering and proposal. We don't do this work to make it difficult on any party, but instead to work towards consensus on good development, which provides grassroots, contextual, geographical, and social information in order to inform development and remedy potential challenges before they occur. Additionally, when appropriate, we also request design and site plan elements that work to connect the physical and social elements of these residences to the commercial corridor. This is again of benefit to both the area businesses, residents, and Medallion residents. One such request was made of Medallion in the initial 2008 site plan application to create a connectivity pathway from 700 Dundas Street property to Dundas Commercial Corridor via the Medallion-owned lot located between OEV's favorite Unique Food Attitudes and 707 Dundas, otherwise known as 701 Dundas. These were to be commercial infill located at that location. Between 2009 and 2017, Medallion had informed us that they were not able to find a suitable commercial infill for that location. And in 2018, during the build of Phase 2, that commercial property was made into a surface parking lot, which was prohibited in the zoning bylaw under Section BDC 24. The BI is pleased to see that this has been addressed in this report and that 15 meters of sod will be placed at Dundas in that location. The image on Appendix A, overall site plan, shows a green space and a 1.5 meter walkway. But I need to be clear, to date we have seen neither a pedestrian walkway as identified nor a green space. While I know commercial infill is market regulated and can't be forced, what the BI requests as a part of this next project is the completion of the original site plan by the removal of the non-conforming use parking lot and the inclusion of the pedestrian walkway that appears in Appendix A in Section 4.2. This will fulfill both the zoning requirements and the 2008 site plan connectivity between Medallion Development Complex and Dundas Street. It notes in Section 4.7 that city staff will continue monitoring outstanding site plan matters. We've been waiting for connectivity paths since 2009 and the removal of the non-conforming parking lot since 2018. What assurances can the city staff provide through existing processes that these two elements will be completed during this phase of development? Another concern with the standing towers and the new development is the management of garbage. Currently, the structure noted in Section 4.3 is that there is an operational and structure that is there for garbage. However, the doors are regularly unlocked and left open, leaving personal garbage and large furniture items to be spread out amongst the area via different means. If there are to be an additional 270 units, it is necessary to have garbage located and secured in an area that is less accessible to the general public. Can staff explain, number one, if the existing system noted in 4.3 will still be used once this new building is operational? And second, more clearly outline where additional garbage related to the 270 units will be stored and managed, and if there's a plan that is attached to this plan to address how it's going to be managed. Otherwise, we're very excited to see this new building erected on the current location of the properties long shuttered. As we stated in our previous comments, the design conforms to the urban design manual. We support the inclusion of affordable units and the additional parking spots to address the current parking challenges. Oldies Village welcomes additional residential and commercial units to the corridor, as well as beneficial design to streetscape. With the exception of the small list of identified improvements, overall, the BIA is supportive of this development in its design and scope. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public like to address the committee? Please, sir, state your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Frank Felice, and I'm a resident of the Old East Village. And I'm in support of this development. It was interesting to hear the previous discussion that was had about the challenges to designing cities. And if you look at this particular development, you can tick off some of the boxes in terms of its high density, it has affordable units, it's in a walkable neighborhood. And so, and in addition to that, the east link of the BRT will be traveling 1 block south of where this particular development is going to be located. So I think it's really a kind of a development that should be supported. It's going to bring people living, more people living on the Dundas Street corridor to support those individual businesses that are there, that are unique, that are of high quality. And so I think it's a really good mix and a good addition to the vitality of Old East Village. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any others that would like to address committee? Please, ma'am, you have 5 minutes. Give us your name and away
My
you
name
go.
is Sarah Merritt. I'm a resident of the Old East Village. I'm also the past manager of the BIA. So I have a long history of engagement with the Medallion Corporation. Not my story to tell, but the people who founded that particular corporation had their own experiences of homelessness. So they're very attuned to what it's like not to have a home. I'm supporting this plan, site plan approval in principle. I'm really pleased to see that the setback at the first level is in keeping with the scale of the existing buildings. I'm also pleased that the developers, designers agreed to replicate some of the existing window facade treatments in the area. It would actually be helpful at some point as this process proceeds to be able to see what that would actually look like. We had some long discussions about the corner of Dundas and Hewitt, particularly what the Dundas Street corner would look like, where the entrance into the apartments above commercial are. And we were able to get agreement about some really neat design. There is, however, on Dundas Street, a pretty dense brick facade beside where the entrance to the apartments are. And I think it would probably create some opportunity and space for public art. The 4 levels of structured parking, while necessary, is really dense in terms of what it could look like. When we saw some renderings, the architect did give us some ideas of what artistic designs could go onto that particular structure. I think that it's really important that there's some enhanced design on the parking facade to avoid the perception of dead space and the domination of concrete in that area. Some of what I'm going to refer to, Jen from the BIA has already talked about. What the impression that I had from reviewing what we were given is that this particular building is being considered separate from some of the existing challenges on that site with respect to parking challenges and lack of green space. So I would respectfully request that as this process proceeds, that those issues that have already been identified are dealt with at the same time as this process proceeds. City staff say in the report they already have a number of files open with respect to what these issues are. But I want to go also to 701 Dundas Street, to the history of that. In 2008, there was an expansion of the Old East Village Community Improvement plan area so that the Medallion Corporation could access the very necessary incentive programs that were there at the time. It may have changed now, but when I was involved in the work, the incentive programs were only available to properties fronting onto Dundas Street, so that in order to facilitate the Medallion access to the incentive programs, it was agreed that at 701 Dundas, there would be an infill project that would consist of 2 commercial spaces and 2 apartments, plus a walkway onto Dundas Street. For a variety of reasons, we haven't got to the point where we get that walkway. Medallion did, in fact, or their agents did, in fact, advertise for some commercial tenants. Given that they were unable to get those tenants and they had other demands on the site with respect to staging for further development, nothing has happened in the site. Now, the reason I'm bringing that up right now is I think it's really critical that the commercial units on Dundas Street are not, the timing of their development is not contingent on whether or not commercial tenants have been identified.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much. I think what would be very useful would be for the developer and/or the city to look at a one-time incentive program to fill those spaces. There's also issues around lack of green space in the whole area. And I'm wondering if it's possible to take a look at the site plan again to see if we can increase trees in that area, because we've already lost a number of trees on King Street along the Medallion apartments to facilitate rapid transit. I'm really happy to see this project proceed. It's been my experience working with the developer that they've been very amenable to working with the community.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for this opportunity, and I hope that we get the opportunity for further consultation as this project proceeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address the committee?
My name's Ms. Velastro. If you look at a map of the east end of the city, east of Adelaide, there's no green space for people. There's probably how many people that will be living there? 5,000 people, 2,000 people. There's no green space for the people that live there. There's no place for their dogs to go out. And if you have children, and I disagree that people have to live in single-family homes to raise families. That's just not true. Families can be raised anywhere, and every type of housing has to consider a wide range of demographics, including people with small children. If you want some green space, you either got to go down to the Thames River at Eglinton, or there's a small park at Elias near the railroad tracks going north. But there's no green space at all in that community, and I don't understand how you can approve a cluster of high-density buildings without considering how green space contributes to the healthy community. So people have been very polite, but it's a big issue for people that live in the core, and I think it's the responsibility of this committee to make sure that you're not just looking at one aspect of a development, but you're looking at the whole mental health and healthy communities as a whole. It's not just about feeding the businesses on Dundas, but it's about the people that live there too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address the committee? I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online.
Aldrin or Yasso?
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Yasso Somalingam. I have a property across the street. I see that there's a commercial development along Dundas Street on this proposed application. It's a main entrance in the corner of the, I couldn't get more details on this project. I just want to confirm, is any commercial development coming along the Hayward Street as well?
I'm not too sure I understand your question, sir. Could you just be a bit more clear on that so I can ask the staff when we finish?
There are, at the ground level, there are some commercial development happening on Dundas Street.
Yep.
I wanted to know whether there's any commercial development along the Hayward Street as well.
Sir, what street? Could you just repeat the street name that you're looking for commercial development?
Hewitt.
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 Got it. Thank you. Thank you. I'll ask that at the end of our public participation. You have some more time if you wish to continue.
No, other than that, I am in support of this application and hope some development happening in that core area where lots of crime and other things are happening. So some development like this would really enhance that area. Thank you.
Thank you. So clerk, if there's anyone else online.
Through the chair, with apologies, Aldrin, did you wish to speak as well?
No, Alden is he is not speaking. On behalf of him, I spoke to him. Yes.
Thank you. Through the chair, there's no one else on Zoom.
Okay. Last call for anyone in the gallery who would like to address the committee. Okay, seeing none, I'll look for a motion to close public participation. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Frank, and I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So I'm just going to go to staff. We had a couple questions raised. A couple regarding garbage. The Unity Project wanted to inquired about their access to their garbage. Can staff comment on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I believe was noted by the member that spoke, the original development agreement that was registered on title didn't include any specific or special provisions for alternative garbage management for the neighboring properties. That's the same thing for the amending development agreement at this time of the phase 2 as well. That said, the applicant has shown details of the proposed garbage storage for the adjacent property on their site plan. They have a marked gate where it can be accessed. And it's also stored within the actual building itself. So overall, staff are of the opinion that a shared agreement can be achieved here, but it should be done separately from the development agreement and entered into between the two parties. So through those discussions, if any of the details of the site plan change in terms of the access door that was mentioned, we'd be happy to take the new revised plans at the time of the next submission.
So you're saying that that would be developed. Do you need specific direction from the committee for that, or is that are you satisfied with the motion or with your recommendation as it is?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think we're looking specifically not to include those details through the development agreement and have the property owners come to their own agreement as a third-party agreement separate from this process.
Thank you. There was also concern about security with the existing garbage process, and also with the added population, will the garbage facility be increased to account for that?
Mr. Chair, the existing garbage enclosure, it's the masonry enclosure that's shown at the Lyle Street entrance, is proposed to be used for all 3 phases of development, the existing and the future. If there are any if there's any misuse or mismanagement of that, or if there is any type of maintenance, a lot of it would have to be done through our enforcement process. If there's unruly garbage, then we would be able to respond to it on a complaint basis.
There is also concern from the Unity Project about access to their driveway during the build. Can you comment on that?
Through the chair, or to you, Mr. Chair, while we work through that, maybe we can move on to maybe some of the other remarks. There's some details we have to look through the traffic management plan. There are some anticipated closures for servicing connections. There may be some points that we may want to put back to the applicant as well. That may be one of them. But in the meantime, if there's other potential questions or requirements from the public that you want us to provide answers to, happy to do that as we work through this.
But the Unity Project will have access to their parking during the build, is that correct?
There may be some short-term closures of Dundas Street just for servicing connections, but I wouldn't expect it to be for the full duration of the project itself.
And there was a question regarding commercial along Hewitt. Can staff comment on that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, there's one retail unit that's located at the corner of Dundas and Hewitt. They'll have some small frontage on Hewitt. Otherwise, the rest of the remainder of Hewitt Street will just be for the internal purposes of the apartment building, including like a multi-purpose room and a gym and that sort of thing.
Thank you. So I will now put this on the floor for committee discussion. Acting Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So through you, I have a couple of questions for our staff. And I'm going to start with the garbage question that was already directed through the public comments. But I will tell you that I have a significant concern with the answer I received because these properties are already subject to complaints via bylaw enforcement with regard to the garbage management. So I don't know how we address this because I'm supportive of the plan in principle, but I'm not satisfied in the answer that I've heard from staff that the plan provides enough garbage management space when the existing builds are already causing bylaw enforcement. So I'm going to, through you, Chair, see if staff can comment on that, as well as one other item, which was raised a couple of times by members of the public, which is ensuring that the public walkway connection is completed as part of this project and not further delayed. I always appreciate when both Ms. Merritt and Ms. Pastoris come together and bring the history of the BIA from both sides together, and that was mentioned by both of them. I think it's a really important feature. If we are going to be asking residents of these buildings to support local business, we want them to be able to walk out and access local business. So that is my second question. How can we ensure that through this approval process, perhaps it's a holding provision, that the walkway be completed as part of this phase of the development? So those are my two questions for staff that I'm looking for some answers on before I'm prepared to move the recommendation.
Okay, so let's start with garbage. Mr. Corby, can you kind of guide us here on how we can address those concerns?
Yes, through the chair to Acting Mayor Lewis. I'll start with the garbage management question. So apartment buildings are dealt with interior garbage rooms and then bring garbage out on the date of pickup. We've confirmed with our waste management group that the pickup facility that's, as Ms. Wise mentioned, is close to the Lyle Street entrance is sufficient for all of the 4 buildings that would be constructed here, with the 4th being at present. There has been history with mismanagement of that area. So in terms of capacity, it has the adequate capacity for the anticipated garbage. It becomes then an enforcement matter in terms of ensuring that the space provided is used adequately. The fencing and the screening are maintained in accordance with the plans, and it could be directed through either our development compliance team in planning development or through our enforcement area. Unfortunately, I don't have anything else beyond that to provide, that the space is sufficient for the anticipated population. And then, sorry, with respect to the walkway.
Let's just deal with the garbage right now, Mr. Corby. Acting Mayor, I'm going to go back to you on that to see if you want to, if that suffices, or if you want to explore anything further on that.
It doesn't entirely suffice, and I don't want to get into cross debate with staff either. Somehow, before I can give this the thumbs up, I need to have assurance that the garbage situation that is existing now with enforcement complaints is not going to be exacerbated and made even worse by the addition of a new build. So development compliance through a development compliance approach rather than a bylaw enforcement, I think would be my preferred route. But I am looking to staff for some. Thank you, Councillor. I was going to do that after I was finished speaking. So I'd be looking for some sort of provision that we can implement that would address the garbage concern, because it's an ongoing concern. I know the ward councillor's here. I'm sure she's heard it too, but so have I, and I'd really like that piece addressed. But I recognize that staff may need to have some discussion amongst themselves too. So I'm amenable to hearing comments on the walkway, letting others speak, and then having staff come back with some more information. Whether they have a viable suggestion or not, I'm not sure, but I'd like to continue the discussion, not hold it up, just waiting for some response on that.
Okay.
So if we could, through your chair, hear about the walkway.
Okay. First of all, Mr. Peace and Mr. Corby, one of you have to shave your beards, because I can't tell you apart from over here. My eyesight's failing me. Councillor Hopkins, I saw your hand up. Was this on the garbage, or I can come back to you after we talk about the walkway? Okay. So, Mr. Peace, please go ahead on comments regarding the walkway.
Great, thank you. We changed seats and but not last names. The garbage, through you, Mr. Chair, is, or sorry, not the garbage, the walkway is, as Ms. Wise indicated, was a provision from previous agreements. And again, it's something that our enforcement team, through the previous agreements, we are holding security for incomplete matters of facilities that were agreed upon through the previous agreements. So there are mechanisms in that, if it should it linger, that our team can work with the developer to kind of force the issue to be put in place. I may tee up the applicant at this point for both matters to get some indication of timing as to when that walkway will be provided, and to see if there's any commentary on the garbage while we kind of work through it as well. And maybe after that, we can come back to either one or both of the topics at hand.
Would the applicant like to weigh in here on garbage and the pedestrian walkway development? Turn on your mic, please.
Is there a switch?
There you go.
Hello, there we go. Thank you. With respect to garbage, I would like to clarify the existing garbage containment area is not intended for the proposed tower. It is only for the existing facilities. The proposed tower has all garbage facilities contained within the ground floor of the building. And as staff mentioned, when it's time for garbage pickup, they're going to be wheeled out by building management, picked up, and then brought back into staff. Into the building. With respect to the walkway, it is our full intent to install the sidewalk. It is shown on our plan. I know there have been some other discussions going around with the 15-meter sod. It is our intention to install the sidewalk and the sod up along the Dundas Street frontage all at the same time.
Thank you. Acting Mayor, I'm going to go back to you because you raised this issue, so but I just want to hear your thoughts from what you've heard.
Well, I'm happy to hear that existing agreements have securities attached to them that would not be released back to the applicant until the walkway is complete. So that helps give me some assurance that that will in fact happen. I just wonder if staff can clarify in the event that we see the building built out and the walkway is still not there, at what point are we talking about not closing off the final development agreement or forfeiture of the securities for development compliance reasons?
Mr. Pease.
Generally speaking, through you, Mr. Chair, the securities are held until all works are completed to the satisfaction of planning and development staff. There are instances where things start to run past, or they get stale dated, so to speak, and then actions required. Doesn't happen often, but it has happened in the past where securities have had to be exercised to complete some final work. So there is some precedent for that.
I'll go to Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank the community for coming out and giving your comments, because this is what we're doing here today, is to take these comments in. I appreciate the concerns coming from the acting deputy mayor, but this information will be taken back and addressed. So I just want to underline why we are here this evening, taking in the public comments. So thank you for that. And just following up on the BIA concerns, I heard loud and clear, and I'm looking at the applicant out there, to address the garbage, and the walkway is really important, that connectivity. But also the BIA did mention the non-conforming parking lot. I don't know if the applicant wants to make a comment on that, but that was something that I heard was a concern as well.
Please go ahead regarding the non-conforming parking lot.
With respect to the non-conforming parking that's located at 701 Dundas, this is that 15-meter sod area that has been discussed. When that sod is installed, that will then bring that parking area into compliance with the appropriate zoning bylaw and through the design that we have proposed in front of you tonight.
Councillor.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. I would like to go to the Unity project, Ms. Langer's comments around some of the concerns that they're having. And I heard about the access to the door, how that's going to work, and their own garbage access, as well as the pallets, as how that is going to be incorporated with this building. I heard loud and clear that a third agreement should be developed between the Unity project and Medallion. So I would encourage those conversations definitely to continue, because there are outstanding matters there. I also just want to make, I've got a few questions through you, Mr. Chair, just questions that I had reading the report. One of them is around the bonusing agreement, and I'd like to know how that works and what that process is. We're getting public input. Where do we go forward with the bonusing agreement, and how does that happen? I think it's a question for you to staff.
No, I'll go to staff on that. Anna, or sorry, Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to the councillor. Bonus agreements are a mechanism to lock in the bonusable elements that were agreed upon through the land use change, through the zoning amendment. They're kind of a formal document, not dissimilar to a development agreement. The development agreement itself would solidify all the site plan matters. A bonus agreement comes separately and solidifies all of the bonusable elements, mainly the affordable housing component in this case. It's an agreement between the city and the developer to ensure that the units that were provided through the zone at the rate and time are put in place, and with some form of protection to ensure that happens for the duration of that time identified in the zone itself.
Councillor.
Thank you for that. When will it take place?
Mr. Pease.
Thank you. Through the chair, it happens at the end of the site plan process. It's a formality at the end, which again gets drafted up through our team and with the assistance of the applicant and potentially their lawyer to register it on title.
Councillor.
And as we go through this process through the chair, as we continue the affordable unit agreement conversation, can that all change to what we understand is going to happen right now?
Mr. Pease.
Through the chair, the zoning called for 13 affordable units, I believe at 25 to 30 years at a certain AMR, I believe 80% off the top of my head. And given that we are now in the site plan process, that cannot change. That's locked in through the bonus. And if there were a different land use change or a different proposal, of course we know that bonusing is no longer provided under the Planning Act. So we'd be working with the 13 that were agreed upon at the previous planning committee and council decision for the zone itself.
Counselor?
Yeah, I appreciate the update. Thank you very much for that. I'll just like to make some comments since I've got the mic.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, and again, I just really appreciate seeing people here and speaking to the concerns that they may have, but also I heard loud and clear this is a positive development, not only with the affordable units that will be happening, but the fact that this intensity is going to happen within that BRT area. Bringing eyes on the street, I think, will make the community safer, supporting businesses, and I think staff have heard loud and clear the work that we still need to do on this application, and want to thank the applicant as well for being here.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you for letting me speak today. As the ward councillor for this development, I fully support this. It's going to be a welcome addition into Old East Village. The new commercial development, the parking for the residents, and a completion of that piece. I have heard some of the comments around enhanced design and completion around the parkway and the grass sodded area, and I'll be happy to support in any way I can to ensure that this is everything that everyone is expecting of it. I've been working with Medallion regarding some of the issues that are currently being faced, and it's been a top-notch relationship as far as I'm concerned. They're dealing with some societal issues and some tenant issues that are, and some challenges that all the businesses are facing at the moment. And I look forward to doing what we can as a city to ensure that those get dealt with as well. So fully support this.
Thank you. We still do not have a motion on the floor, so Councillor Hopkins. Would you like to move it? Okay, can I have a seconder? Councillor Frank. We have a motion moved and second. Any other conversation before we call the vote? Seeing none, then I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Committee, I have a question for you. We are planning to break at 6:30 for 20 minutes. There are a lot of folks here, I think, that are here for one of the items. I'm guessing for 3.9. $3.10. I don't know. I'm just trying to be respectful of their time, because, you know, after we have two more items to get through before we get down to those. I'd just like to hear your thoughts, if we should move something ahead or if we should just continue as is. Councillor Hopkins.
Not that I want to ask you a question, but
Sure.
since you've asked us a question, I would think that the next two items would be short. I could be wrong. Looking around, not sure, but
Okay.
if they are short, we can proceed, or we could do a break now.
I don't see anyone jumping forward to change the order, so I'm going to continue on as is. Okay. We are on 3.7, which is dealing with 159 Clark Road and 1902 Trafalgar, so I'll look for a motion to open the PPM. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Frank, and we will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So we have the staff report. If there are any technical questions, now's the time from committee members. Seeing none, then I will go to the applicant. If the applicant's here would like to address the committee. Check with the clerk if the applicant's online.
Through the chair, there is no one online to speak to this matter.
Okay, so I will look to anyone that would like to address the committee on this particular item. And is there anyone online, clerk, that wants to address this? Okay, seeing none, then I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Frank. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Put this item on the floor for committee. Acting Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. I'll put the staff recommendation on the floor. This is an application in Ward 2. It is infill. We are going to see redevelopment of a site that's long been vacant since a commercial site went out of business and then was subsequently demolished. So very supportive of seeing this land get reused and create some new commercial and residential space.
So I take it you're moving that, and can I have a seconder, Councillor Hopkins? Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So moving on to 3.8, which is regarding 38 Exeter Road. I'll look for a motion to open the PPM. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Frank. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
The applicant is here, would like to address the committee, then now's your time. Clerk, would the applicant be on the online?
Yeah, she's ready.
Yes, good evening, committee members. My name is Simona Arashano. I'm a planner with Strick Baldnell Limones and the agent for this application. I reviewed the staff report and support the approval recommendation. I would also like to thank staff for this recommendation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I forgot to ask committee members if they had any technical questions. Okay, that's fine. I'll go to the gallery if there's anyone that would like to speak to this. And I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online.
Through the chair, there's no one online.
Okay, seeing no others that would like to address the committee, I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Frank. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So I'll put this on the floor now for committee. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, if I may make comments, I'd like to put forward the motion. This is in my ward. I would like to thank the applicant for making the changes to conform to our policies, mainly changing the bicycles and meeting the landscaping and open space requirements. I think that's really important. It has changed, increasing the bicycle spaces as well. I really appreciate the report also providing recommendations to mitigate strategies to ensure no significant negative ecological impacts will occur with this development proposal. It's really important that that area, we look at these, the natural resources in this area. It's really a great use of the vacant space being developed. So really pleased. I want to thank staff and in particular the applicant for making the changes.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions or motions? Can I get a motion? Councillor Hopkins moves staff recommendation. Councillor Frank is seconding. Any comments or questions? Then I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, committee, very expeditious. Moving to 3.9. This is regarding 46 Elmwood Place, and I'll go to staff at this time. I understand there's like to have a verbal presentation on this. Oh, what do I can? My apologies. We'll do the PPM first. Sorry, Councillor Hopkins moves the opening of the PPM, and seconded by Councillor Frank. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now I'll staff for a verbal presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alana Riley here, Senior Planner, Current Planning. Just trying to take my put myself on video, but it's not working. So I'm going to continue. Application at 46 Elmwood Place. It's on the north side of Elmwood, just west of Warncliffe. Currently, there's a long-term vacant building there that was a long-term care facility. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property to convert the vacant building to an apartment building with 30 units. The London plan is neighborhood place type. It does not permit low-rise apartment buildings. However, we look at policy 946, adaptive reuse of non-residential buildings in the London plan, which does permit the conversion of these buildings to a residential use if deemed appropriate. The proposed residential intensity is 2 stories. It also conforms with the neighborhood place type. There were a lot of public concerns. The concerns that I pulled out that we're planning are traffic and parking, privacy overlook and fencing, loss of property values, loss of long-term care facilities. So quickly, just a brief look at use intensity and forms. Staff have reviewed the application under the reference policies and are satisfied the conversion to an apartment building is appropriate through policy 946 and the rest of the neighborhood place type London plan. Proposal does allow for the intensification of underutilized property, and it effectively uses the land and existing municipal services. And staff are also satisfied that the proposed form is consistent with the policies of the London plan and the city design policies. Therefore, staff are recommending the change to permit this conversion to an apartment building with 30 units. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions for staff at this time? Seeing none, then I'll look for the applicant. If the applicant would like to address the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Casey Kolchicki. I am a planner with Zelenka Priama Limited, representing the applicant Veranda Properties, Inc. I hope everyone's having a good evening. I'll just start by saying thank you to staff, particularly Lana, for her work on this file. I've had the chance to review her staff report and am in agreement with the recommendation for approval tonight. And I'll be on hand to answer any questions from council or the members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the gallery right now if there's anyone that would like to address the committee. I understand there's someone in committee room 5. I'll go to you. Please state your name, and you have 5 minutes. Can you turn on your microphone, please?
Can you hear me now?
We can. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Margaret Balch. I live at 60 Elmwood Place. I'm the immediate neighbor to the west. I just had some concerns about the permitted uses, and you may have gone over this, and forgive me if you have. I got distracted by someone coming in showing me how to use the mic. So I just wondered if the lodging class 2 has been eliminated from the permitted uses.
I'll ask that question. Any others you might have after we're finished the public part.
I also have a concern about the garbage. Particularly, I understand that there's an interior garbage room within the building, but in its previous use, the recycling was always outside and was quite bothersome. I'm also concerned about the lack of parking spaces. There's 30 units and only 18 spaces, and that's going to create a lot of parking along the street. I'm also concerned about the turnaround for trucks that are coming in. There's no way for them to turn around. They have to back out. This street is a dead end, as you are aware, I'm sure. And there's a lot of elderly people on the street, walking dogs. There are some children. So I'm just concerned about the safety of residents living in the area. You're going to have fire trucks potentially, moving trucks, garbage trucks, all backing out onto the street with a lot of people parking, and so visibility will be reduced. I'm just wondering if there could be any way that some of that space at the back of the property could be utilized, as it was for the nursing home, for parking.
Please continue on with any further comments or questions, and I'll ask staff the questions that you bring up.
That's really the only question I have. My other personal concern for my own property is I put a fence up at my own expense, and some of the trees that would have been that are the boundary between our properties have landed on 46 Elmwood side, and I would just like to suggest that they remain because they're beautiful to me from my side. And I think they can only enhance the property going forward, but that's maybe not a concern for this particular meeting. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. Any other further comments?
No, not for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else that would like to address the committee? I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online.
Through the chair, there's no one online.
Okay, seeing none, then I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Frank moved and seconded by Councillor Hopkins, and I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I'm just going to go to staff and the questions that the person asked there. Lodging class, has that been eliminated?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, in the bylaw, we have only indicated that the permitted use will be an apartment building. There is no lodging class house 2 permitted.
Thank you. And could you outline the plans for garbage pickup?
With regards to garbage, it was proposed to be interior. I'm gonna just get the agent to follow up on that it's remaining. I do want to note that it is a site plan approval. It will be addressed through the site plan approval process as well, but if I can relate to Casey that it's gonna remain interior, he can confirm that.
I'll go to the applicant.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we are going to be incorporating a interior garbage and recycling room on the inside of the building, and the bins will be wheeled out, picked up by waste collection vehicles on garbage day, and wheeled back inside.
Thank you. And there's a concern about turnaround on the dead-end street, especially for large vehicles. Can I have staff comment on that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this was brought up during the process, and it is something that will also be addressed through the site plan approval process.
Thank you. One final concern was the trees on the bordering the neighbor's lot. Will those trees be protected under this plan?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I know that Margaret reached out to me and was concerned with regards to this. And I connected her and the agent Casey to discuss these matters because I didn't fully understand them because it was just last week, so there wasn't enough time to really look into the trees. I know through the site plan approval process, these trees will be looked at, but I'm going to have to relay to Casey on the intent of these. I believe they're remaining though.
Maybe the applicant can shed some light on what are your plans?
Yeah, certainly through you, Mr. Chair. The intent is to preserve the existing trees on site. Majority of the site works are going to be just on the interior of the existing building with the actual conversion. Most of the exterior parking area and landscape areas are going to be maintained as they exist today. There's no plans to really expand on any of the parking areas or infringe on any of the existing landscape areas. So through the site plan process, a tree preservation plan will be prepared. And the only reason at this point to foresee removal would be if a tree is in poor health or presents an invasive species.
Thank you. Those were the questions that were raised. So now I'll open it for the committee members for comments or questions, motions. Councilor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, I'm very familiar with this location as it's in my ward, and actually was able to go on a walking tour with some of the residents in the neighborhood to check out the space. So it has been vacant for the last 1.5 or 2 years. And I did hear a lot from residents similar to what Ms. Riley was saying, that there was some worries about, parking on the street and some increase in traffic, although as we can see, it would be fairly minimal. Overall, I think it's a great use, a readaptive use of the site. We did have one concern I wanted to share that was significantly concerned about long-term care in the city and the worry that we are losing beds. And my understanding is this location was too small. And so actually the company that used to be there moved down to the south end of the city and built a bigger facility. But I did want to flag that for people because I think perhaps in our next strat plan, whoever is planning to run again wants to be on council, that long-term care homes seem to be a topic, at least in this area of my ward, as a concern. So overall, I'm very happy with it. I think that the applicant and staff have done a really good job of addressing all the concerns. They got lots of emails and were able to respond to them. So I'm happy to put staff recommendation on the floor and happy to support this infill project.
Can I have a seconder for the motion? Councilor Hopkins. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay. I'd hoped we could get farther along, folks, but committee members here have been in other committees today. It's been a pretty big day without a break. So we're going to break for 20 minutes. I'm going to ask committee for their go ahead on that. So I'll need a hand vote on that. Okay.
Just
Councillor
wondering
Hopkins.
how long we will be breaking.
20 minutes. Yep. Yep. So that's passed. So that's been passed. So we'll be back here at 10 to 7. And we are on item 3.10 regarding 599 and 601 Richmond Street. So I'll look for a motion to open the PPM. Councillor Hopkins, second by Councillor Frank. I'll call the motion.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Any technical questions for staff at this time? Seeing none, then I'll go to the applicant if the applicant is here or online. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, Chair. Thank you. My name is Manish Padar. I'm the planner and agent for the file, and would like to thank the Neighborhood Association for being here, and obviously the councillors and the persons interested today. This is an application for a 12-story building. There was an earlier application for an 8-story building that, as you know, was approved. We have come back asking for 4 more stories, which equates to about 30 more units. In our opinion, we've done our homework. We've put our best foot forward, and we feel that we meet all the policies of the London Plan and the applicable urban design guidelines, as well as the PPS, of course. In terms of the 12-story proposal, we recognize that the zoning that is currently in place, which is a bonus zoning, would be replaced. That being said, when the bonus zoning is replaced, we will maintain all the attributes that were given towards the bonusing. So we are going to still have high-quality urban design. We will still have affordable housing units. And we will still protect the heritage-listed properties that comprise 599 and 601 Richmond Street. In putting this application forward, we try to work the best we could with staff. Clearly, there is a difference of opinion, but we would say that we've been consistent in what we've put forward. 2 of the comments received from staff had to do with transportation and the footprint and intensification. One of the recommendations in the refusal report was that we do a smaller footprint. It is physically impossible to make this building viable with a smaller footprint, and as you will see, it is virtually an identical footprint to the 8-story proposal. The other comment, or one of the other comments that was received, had to do with the lay-by. Again, staff were saying they did not support the lay-by, but it is again the identical lay-by that we presented in the 8-story proposal. So again, we are keeping all the heritage resources, all the heritage buildings that are there. We are respecting urban design guidelines, and we are providing affordable housing. So again, we're providing 2 1-bedroom affordable housing units and 2 2-bedroom affordable housing units. You know, in recognition of what's existing, there is a, you know, we are redeveloping a surface parking lot that is next to Joe Cool's, and you know, I know that it may be looked upon as, you know, as maybe a redevelopment that the Neighborhood Association would not care for, but as we know, London does need more housing, and again, we've made sure that in doing this proposal that we factored in all considerations towards site suitability and land use compatibility. The Ms. Velastro, who is here tonight, will be speaking as noted in the agenda, but I would like to point out that we had gone to the Ontario Land Tribunal for the 8-story proposal. Ms. Velastro was the appellant on behalf of the neighborhood, but in the decision by the OLT, it was made explicit that Ms. Velastro had failed to demonstrate that we had not met the intent of the London Plan or the PPS or applicable guidelines with respect to urban design. So, you know, we respectfully say, you know, we would like to be good neighbors. We'd like to contribute to a vibrant downtown and, you know, do our best in helping the city grow inward and upward. If there are any further questions, I'm happy to answer them, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I'll go to the public now for anyone who would like to speak to the committee on behalf of this item. Please state your name and you have 5 minutes.
So my name is Ms. Velastro. I'm with the North Talbot Community Association. I just want to correct something that was said earlier. The layaway, the cutaway of the boulevard was not approved by staff in the first application, and it was removed in the final, when it came to council, it was not there. Second of all, I was a self-litigant in that Ontario Land Tribunal. And it was a it was a David and Goliath appeal. So that needs to be made clear. So in my neighborhood, what we know now is that after many years is that high density along transit routes does not necessarily feed a transit system. Because owning a car is either an economic choice or it's a personal choice and is not influenced necessarily to the proximity of transit. And we also know that high density along transit corridors do not necessarily keep foot traffic out of interior neighborhoods. And so what maybe you don't know about my neighborhood, but we have free overnight parking in my neighborhood from April to the end of October. And increasingly that parking is being used by area residents. And it's not, there's less and less parking available for visitors to Richmond Row, which the rationale for that was to promote more alcoholic business to Richmond Row, and it gave people the option of leaving their cars overnight so they didn't drive home. But that area is being used by residents now. But the bigger problem with this development is that it's not respectful of our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is an historical neighborhood. It is a candidate for a historical conservation district. It's not respectful of the policy that's in place that does talk about main commercial corridors being respectful of the interior neighborhood. There's many of us in our neighborhood that consider this development to be brazen, an overdevelopment of the site. It's not compatible to children, people with families. They want to cut away the boulevard, which is the only large green space on Central Ave on the street. And it doesn't really offer affordable housing because 80% of market value is not affordable. And that conversation is coming up over and over again. Olivia Chow in Toronto has raised it. People are challenging that. I think they're offering 3 affordable housing at 80% market value. Most people can't afford that. The most vulnerable people can't afford that. And it's really targeting a certain demographic at a certain income, and that's already happening in our neighborhood. In our neighborhood, a one room in a student housing goes for $1,400. So they're really gouging those people, and somehow no one speaks up for them. So our neighborhood association is starting to speak up for people in our neighborhood that are being gouged out of housing. And there's just more coming on board because our neighborhood, for some reason, isn't really explored by members of council. It's a downtown neighborhood, and the feeling is that downtown residents are really pushed aside when it comes to the interests of business. And we're here to tell you that we live here, we care about these neighborhoods, and we want compatible development that, that provides people with affordable housing and is complementary to the historical nature of the neighborhood in Richmond Row. And it's your responsibility to look at the housing problem at all levels, and that includes at this level, at planning applications. And there's growing concern that the plan for homelessness is really just about cleaning up the downtown for the sake of business. And it's not really a genuine plan that looks at the overall problem of what's causing homelessness. And a lot of that is in our neighborhood. We get a lot of vulnerable people in our neighborhood, and and we're really starting to advocate on their behalf. So the expectation is that it happens here
30
as well.
seconds.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to address the committee? Please give us your name, and you have 30 seconds. Okay. Go ahead. Or, sorry, 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll talk.
We're getting fast around here.
I'll talk really quickly. My name is Patricia Cullimore. I live at 156 Central Avenue, and I am a long-term resident of this neighborhood. I do not support Westell's application to amend the zoning for the proposed development at 599-601 Richmond Street. I was present at a Zoom meeting with Strick, Baldinelli, Monitz Engineering Consultants, the manager of the Starbucks store that fronts onto Richmond Street, and a city planner on December the 1st, 2021, in which an 8-story, 53-unit high-rise with an affordable housing component of 4 units through bonusing was first proposed. The application was subsequently approved by council. That 18 months later, Westell is applying for 4 additional stories to add an additional 36 units. As I learned tonight, only 2 affordable housing components, in my opinion, is bargaining in poor faith. It is not just my opinion that the addition of 4 additional stories to the proposed building at 599-601 Richmond Street is too high. City planners stated in a recent report to PEC that the overall height of the building should be more, quote, sympathetic to the existing and planned context of the neighborhood. And the proposed amendment represents an, again, I quote, an over-intensification of an undersized site. In an article in the London Free Press dated February 11th, 2023, Jared Zafman, Chief Executive of the London Home Builders Association, stated, "All levels of government want to add residential units. We're lacking supply. We need more, but especially ones that are affordable." That Westell would apply for 4 additional stories in height with an additional 36 units, but offer no affordable housing other than 2 units. Now that the previous bonusing has been removed as a result of Bill 108, in my opinion, is unconscionable. Finally, developers need to find compromise with the residents of the neighborhoods in which they build. In the same London Free Press article previously referenced, Ward 10 Councillor Paul van Meerbergen stated, "We want to get 47,000 homes, but we can't do that when we ride roughshod over neighborhoods. It's a matter of degree of balance." And specifically with regard to a proposed development at 489 Upper Queen Street, Ward 12 Councillor Elizabeth Pelosa, who supports infill as long as the development fits with the area, said, "I'm looking for a win-win. It's about the right intensification." And I really hope that we can find the win-win. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other that would like to address the committee? Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Gus Mitsis. I'm from 154 Central Ave. I would like to start off by saying that I would like to welcome the addition of another residential development proposal for the downtown core. I think it's another clear indication that there is more confidence building in investors investing in projects in the downtown area as far as residential goes. I would like to address the committee with 2 points of concerns that I have with respect to the proposed development. As redevelopment and intensification of the downtown core process progresses, we all know that this will create greater pedestrian and vehicle use. With that being said, my first question of concern to the committee is as follows. How does the city planning policy address sites in the downtown core at major intersections when it comes to improving sight lines for the safety of pedestrians and vehicle traffic? This redevelopment presents an opportunity for a long-term solution, and what examples could committee provide us with past solutions with regarding these impeded sight lines? As we all know, online shopping, personal grocery / food delivery services, Uber taxis, that whole concept is here to stay. And with no on-site parking proposed for this project, and the staff report recommendation to remove the drop-off zone, my next question to the committee is, what is the city's planning policy regarding the future road allowances for Central Ave between Richmond and Talbot Street? And how does the policy address or accommodate the inevitable traffic congestions in front of the proposed development? And the close proximity to Richmond Street? Being that Central Ave is only a two-lane road at present, and is only a two-lane road at present. I thank you for the opportunity to present, and I give back the floor.
Thank you. Anyone else that'd like to address the committee? Is there anyone online, clerk?
George?
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, this is George Furbus. I've been listening to what's been talked about earlier this evening, and I have no further comments to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to address the committee? Clerk, is there anyone else online or in the committee rooms?
Through the chair, there's no one online or in committee room 5.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll look for a motion to close the public participation meeting. Acting Mayor Lewis, and seconded by Councillor Hopkins. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
So thank you. I'll put the item on the floor for committee discussion. Acting Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I want to address a question to our staff with regard to the lay-by. Because I'm perplexed why we would be not supportive of a lay-by at a building with only 8 parking spaces. And I just looked down the road closer to campus where a much taller building was built, and later a lay-by had to be retroactively fitted in because of the problems that the building was creating with traffic congestion on Richmond Street. So I would like a greater understanding of why staff are not supportive of the lay-by in this location.
Go to staff.
Through the chair, so laybys are not supported by transportation within the boulevards as a common practice. The Lux was a one-off to resolve that issue there, but generally it's not supportive, and it was identified at the original application that we were not supportive of the lay-by.
Acting Mayor.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification as to the reasoning. I disagree with it, but that's a matter of a councillor's opinion, not the staff's opinion. And I'm particularly mindful of the fact that as we continue to encourage reduced parking, we do have to allow for drop-offs and pickups. So I'm going to, whether it is an amendment to the zoning that they have now, should they seek it, or whether we do something different with this application tonight, the policy and the transportation direction that's not supportive of laybys, I think needs to be revisited, because if we're going to continue to say 0.75 or 0.5, or in this case much less than 0.5 spots per unit, then I think we need to recognize, as we heard from a member of the public, whether it's Uber Eats or Skip the Dishes or a taxi ride or whatever the case may be, drop off and pickup is the new reality. Now I recognize also that the London plan was approved prior to the change in reality that the pandemic brought to these services. So I recognize that staff are following a policy that's there right now, that it's up to council to go and fix. But I think that to my colleagues around the Horseshoe, I think it's pretty clear we're going to have to fix that one because we're not going to be able to continue to accommodate reduced or no parking without other opportunities. And I see Councillor Hillier stuck his hand up, so I'm going to end my comments there and see what other committee members have to say first.
I'll go to Councillor Hillier.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have had an awful lot of construction in this general area, and I'm just curious about infrastructure in this area. Are we going to have any issues with infrastructure for this building? And how close to capacity are we in this area?
I'll go to staff. I assume, Councillor, that you're speaking to sewage infrastructure?
Yes.
Capacity?
Yes.
I'll go to staff on that question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Hillier. There was nothing identified through the circulation of this application with respect to infrastructure. It appears to be that there is adequate sanitary, stormwater, and water capacity. However, there will need to be some additional information provided should this proceed to site plan for any subsequent application.
Councillor Hillier.
Thank you very much. I'd like to feel how the committee's feeling on this. I'd like to put a motion forward to approve this and see what committee feels on it. And I believe staff already has the wording.
Okay, the clerk, can you confirm that you got the wording for a motion from Councillor Hillier?
Through the chair, it should be on your screens.
Thank you. So I'll look for a seconder of Councillor Hillier's motion. Acting Mayor Lewis seconds. So we have a motion on the floor. Give everyone a chance to refresh their screens and see it. And then I'll open the floor for discussion. Acting Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we've done this in a prior application, and I don't see the language in this alternate motion. So through you, I know that the applicant has indicated that they're going to keep the affordable units as agreed to under the bonusing zone regardless, but I believe we've had language in a prior motion that specifies that to a site plan approval process and I don't know if Mr. Corby or Ms. McNeely might recall the language that we used on the prior application, but I just want to make sure that it's actually there in our direction. That includes the affordable housing piece.
Staff, do you recall? I recall that language. I'm wondering if you, but I don't know the wording offhand.
Through the chair, if you just give us 1 second, we'll be able to find it.
Okay, great. Good. Acting Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. So while I'm going to give staff an opportunity to, I'm not going to filibuster, but I'm going to give you a minute to look that up because I want to speak to the affordable housing piece. And it's been mentioned tonight, and it's been mentioned on numerous applications. I think that people need to understand 80% off of average market rent is not 80% off the market rent in that building. It's not even 80% off market rent in that area. It's actually 80% off.
I'll ask public to keep their comments to yourself, or I will have you removed.
So it's actually 80% off of the average market rent paid by all renters in the City of London. So that means if you're in a rent-controlled building, because you've been there 10, 12, 15 years, and you're paying $700, that $700 is part of the average market rent calculation. So while it is true that a lot of rents today for a one-bedroom are going in that $1,700, $1,800 range, for a new unit, that is not 80% off of that number. When we are negotiating these 80% of AMRs, when you factor in the long-term tenants and the rates that they're paying in the city, council's actually getting about 50% off of what the market rate is being asked for today. So these units may come in at $800 or $900 or even $1,000. I haven't done the exact math on them. But AMR right now is coming in somewhere in those ranges. So I really think it's important to get into just a little bit of understanding for people that 80% of AMR is not 80% off of a new unit. It's 80% off of rent in total. So when folks say that it's not affordable, it is still not affordable for somebody on ODSP or OW, where the shelter allowance is only $400 a month. But for somebody who is working and who just can't pay the market rent today, it is affordable for them. And so every unit of those that we get does help somebody reach a housing option that is currently out of reach for them today. So I just wanted to share that, and hopefully as I've expanded on that a little bit, staff have had some time to get that language for us.
Okay, the clerk did get some language, and she is inserting it now into the motion.
So it's the A in brackets is the new writing. Do you want me to read it out?
Okay, so we've got. Okay, if you refresh your screens, you can see that in 1A, bracket A, that the wording is there for the affordable housing units. So I'll go to the mover of the motion and indicates that that's okay. I'll go to the seconder and nods that that is okay. So we've got the motion is before us. I'll look for conversation. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, I want to follow up a bit on that direction specifically. In the report, I was reading that it looks like given the new lift under our old formula for bonus zones, we'd actually be requiring 7 units. So I was hoping through the chair to the applicant to ask if they've been considering increasing the affordable housing units to 7 units to meet the old bonus zones.
So I'll go to the applicant regarding increasing the amount of affordable units based on the increase in ask for the height.
Thank you, Chair. To address the councillor's question, I would have to go back and speak to the management at Westell and confirm if they are comfortable doing so. You know, as you know, each affordable unit does have a significant cost associated with it, and you know, we are happy to contribute to the affordable housing supply in the city. So I can go back and I will circle back with staff on whether or not that number could be improved.
Councillor?
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. And I appreciate that discussion. It looks like this motion doesn't direct to have just 4 units. So it looks like there's opportunity here to increase that amount. I'm also wondering just a bit about green space on the site, given that there's 91% built space on the base of the building. I was hoping to understand a bit more about what kind of green space. Is there going to be cash in lieu, or is there going to be maybe green space on the roof? Or I'm just hoping to hear a little bit more maybe from staff and as well the applicant about that.
Question regarding green space to staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, because this is an urban type of situation, essentially, the BDC zone actually doesn't have very much in terms of green space or requirements for landscape open space. I think coverage even for this site is generally 70% for a normal BDC zone. In this particular case, the applicant is asking for 91% coverage. So ultimately, no, there isn't much in terms of amenity or green space on the site. Obviously by design, because it obviously is somewhat more of an urban environment. Whether the applicant has considered rooftop amenity or something to that effect, that may be something that could be posed to the applicant.
Councillor.
Thanks. Yes, do you mind if we ask the applicant if they had considered adding amenity space or green space on the roof?
Go to the applicant. Have you considered rooftop green space?
Thank you again, Chair. To answer the councillor's question, we've looked at this building pretty closely. You know, one of the big reasons we picked the location was the fact that we were across from Victoria Park, and that is obviously a huge bonus. You know, in doing this development, it was really about creating residential use that can enjoy and make maximum use of the downtown and Victoria Park. We can certainly consider the councillor's request, but I think we already are providing amenity space through a gym. I think we have a gym proposed as one of the amenity spaces within the building, and each unit is going to have its own balcony. So we can explore it, but I think right now we were thinking primarily Victoria Park, and there will be landscaping in the boulevard, as my counterpart Nancy Posado had mentioned, because of the area, and we are redeveloping a surface parking lot. Really, the green space would be within the boulevard.
Councillor.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and just following up on Councillor Frank's question around the affordable housing, I heard the applicant hasn't really considered the 7 units as yet and still needs to further have that conversation. We're looking at this motion that basically supports affordable housing. So before I approve any motion saying that we're going to do this, I would like to know a little bit more if indeed that is going to be a conversation. I do have a question through you, Chair, on staff's recommendation. When it did speak to the 7 units based on the 12 stories, it says with the implementation and approval of the proposed new zone, the bonus zone would be removed from the site with no requirement for the applicant to provide affordable housing. Should the applicant determine through site plan that providing the affordable housing unit is no longer financially feasible, even with an agreement in place, these units could be removed. And my question through you, Mr. Chair, to staff is, if this motion does get approved, is that still the case?
I'll go to staff.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Hopkins. Yes, that is correct. So with the removal of the bonus zone, which was as we all know, a previous Planning Act provision that allowed for essentially locking in a particular building and allowing for a certain amount of affordable housing units in exchange for additional height and density. That is no longer the case. And it is possible that through this process at site plan, if the applicant chose to no longer provide affordable housing without the bonus zone, there is no way to require or compel those units to be developed.
Councillor.
That's all for now.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Purble.
Thank you, and through the chair to the staff. I know a couple of weeks ago we already talked about it, and I asked this question, and staff told me that now we will be able to look at the kind of the fund, and instead of the affordable units, going to the developers and asking them for certain financial contribution instead of the affordable units. The affordable units, I'm a true believer that we need to build more, and I believe with supply and demand, we are going to get to the more affordable units. Our biggest issue is deeply affordable units, And as was stated here before, the affordable units are not going to resolve our situation on the streets, homelessness, etc. But the deeply affordable units do. I know there are some members of this committee that keep pushing on the deeply affordable units. Affordable units, the affordable units, we are going to wait for 6, 8, 10 years, and who knows what's going to happen, and if there is another changes of the laws, etc. So I really would like to reiterate this to the staff. Please, let's look into it, like what we had the CIPs before for year 1 and going up. So at the beginning, the developers pay less. As the progresses, the development, they pay more. But let's really look at that option. I believe it's much better than if we are going to talk about 4-7 units. And as Deputy Mayor stated, 80% of market is not going to resolve our situation. The 2, 4, 6, 7 units is not going to resolve our situation. We really look at it from a different perspective. Let's look at a financial fund. Let's move this forward, and let's hope, again, we are in the hands of developers. Bill 23 doesn't allow bonusing anymore, but as we heard from my last developer, they are willing to work with us, do something for us. So I hope our staff can prepare this, because I believe that that's going to resolve our deeply affordable units, help our homelessness, and affordable units. If the supply increases, if we keep building, the market is going to take care of itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, and through you. So I came here to this meeting for this specific item because of obviously what has been spoken about from delegation, from delegates up there and from other councillors here. And I do see that there's a couple of arguments going on. What is affordable? 80% AMR, is that affordable? I would agree that it's not that affordable. However, it is better than what we have right now. And this is what we're fighting for. We're fighting for 80% AMR, which is, you know, as I said a little bit 5 seconds ago, it's not that affordable, but it is better. And we're just kind of grasping at whatever we can get. And we're putting ourselves in this situation where we're kind of taking away these affordable units. Yes, there's only 4 in this unit, but we're now putting ourselves at risk by not putting any teeth in the zoning amendment as it is right now to ensure that we get those 4 affordable units. Now, we're taking the applicant's word, the developer's word, which I believe that they will bring in the 4 affordable units, but the precedent that will set if we change our mind right now, who else will come to the table and say, hey, we did have some work that we did with council a year ago or whatever, and we did have some affordable units through the voting provisions, but now we want to we've changed our minds and we will give you the affordable units, but we do want to change it. And that other developer in the future could be more of a bad actor, and they may not give us the affordable units. So when do we decide when we say yes and when we say no? If we say yes now, we can't say no in the future to another developer. And we put ourselves at risk with that unknown. And that's an issue for me. It also, we've done the work. Civic administration has done so much work last year with the past council. Lots of time and resources and people's energy went into this application, and things were approved and deliberations happened right here. And now we're doing it all over again. So I'm kind of concerned on how we're doing this all over again. We've already put the work in. Why are we here again? So what I would say is, from some of the comments that I saw on with the new height of the building coming up to, I think, 7 affordable units now or something like that, what I saw in the staff report and what was mentioned, 7 or 8, and the developer is basically saying, you know, oh yeah, we'll talk about that, we'll come back. I feel like that should be in this motion, and maybe we should, if we do want to make a compromise, if we do want to work with this developer, we should defer this and have them come back with, yeah, we can put this in, but still, it won't have any teeth. So how do we ensure the affordable units? You know, we need housing, yes, but what type of housing do we need? We need affordable housing. We have a roadmap to 3,000 affordable housing, and then we have a pledge for 47,000 houses. Which one's more important is my question. I strongly feel that they're both important, but we do need that affordable housing component, because you all heard it at the door during your election, and you hear it all the time. We need more affordable housing. So why would we take away our teeth for these 4 affordable units in this building? It's a bad precedent, and I really hope that that would be considered, and I would hope that you would not approve this, defer this back with the developer, come back and have a little bit more concrete plans. Because, you know, everything that was listed in the staff recommendation for the density, for the height, for the floor plate, how it's the mass is a little bit too big, it's not a skinny building, the shadow component, You know, those are all, I get that, and I see why the staff would say that they're not recommending this. But with the affordable housing component as well, that's the big kicker for me. So we're kind of giving away a lot, way more than I would feel comfortable for. So I would hope that you would consider that and you would not support this motion as it is right now.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions over? Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, just speaking to the new motion that's in front of us, my question, I guess, through you, maybe to the mover, is looking at the comment in the motion saying that council is of the opinion that the recommended amendment is consistent with the PPS and it conforms to our policies, et cetera. I would like to know how that is to the mover.
Councillor Hillier.
There it goes. Sorry. The thing is just, oh, and now of course my computer is shut. Come on. Well, personally, I feel this, if we're not going to do intensification along this area, where are we in the city? This is the ideal location for this, personally. I listen to the arguments and I look like a block down the street and go, okay, well, where was the argument then? And to me, this is the perfect location.
Councillor.
I thank the councillor for his opinion. He didn't answer the question.
Can you repeat your question for the council?
The question is, in his motion, he refers that council is of the opinion that this motion that is being presented is consistent with the PPS and with our policies. And I'd like to know a little bit more how that works, how it fits in with the policies.
Councillor.
Well, to be fair, I asked staff to draft this and they put that in at the end because I had not included that. So I have not had a chance to look at that. Sorry.
Councillor.
Let me think about it.
Councillor.
I guess maybe I should go to staff and just get I see the
We have the
acting
seconder.
mayor.
The seconder of the motion can speak to it if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't want to, I know I can go to staff and see how this works, but I'm really looking at the mover to understand the motion.
Acting Mayor Lewis.
Yeah, well, before I agreed to second it, I did review the provincial policy statement, and I do think it is consistent because it is efficient use of and management of land and infrastructure. Councillor Hillier asked about the water, wastewater infrastructure. That is in place. We have sufficient capacity. It is the provision of sufficient housing to meet the changing needs, including affordable housing. It does create opportunities for economic development and job creation because it is right along the Richmond Road corridor. It does have appropriate transportation access for transit. I addressed the lay-by on the drop-off situation. And so the infrastructure needs are accommodated. That is part of the provincial policy statement, and I believe it meets those criteria.
Councillor. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Frank.
Thanks, yes. I think Councillor Hopkins pointed out something that it was kind of bothering me, but I was going to leave it. But I am wondering, given that staff say that this application is not consistent and then councillors are saying it is, I'd actually be more amenable to supporting this if we take out the second part and just support it knowing that it perhaps doesn't align with our policies. I'm just wondering if the mover and seconder would be interested in that.
I'll go to the mover and seconder on that. The councillor, the mover says no, and I'll go to the seconder, Acting Mayor Lewis.
Yeah, and actually, if after I'm done, Chair, if staff want to comment on this, that's fine. It actually starts with notwithstanding the recommendation of the director, because staff are upholding the London Plan and other policies that they're applying here. we are saying that we are of a different opinion. Planning matters can be subjective. They are subject to opinion. In fact, we hear it all the time. We have a planner, a professionally accredited planner from the developer who says it is consistent. We have staff who say it isn't. There are subjective opinions in interpreting what is consistent with the PPS. But I believe, and this is where, through you, Chair, I'll defer to staff, but this has been consistent with other times when we have not supported the staff recommendation but gone an alternate direction. But I believe to be consistent and to meet the requirements that we have to submit under the Planning Act, I think that that clause has to be in there. But through you, Chair, perhaps staff can confirm on that, or whether it's factual or not on that statement.
I'll go to staff for comment.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that's correct. There needs to be a rationale. Council needs to have a rationale for the recommendation that they're putting forward.
Okay. Acting Mayor.
I hope that's helpful, because I've been through this 3 or 4 times now, so.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that you were satisfied. Councilor Frank?
I appreciate that. I did not know that. This is good information to have for the next couple of years. Yeah, I'm landing very on the fence about this entire application at this point. So I'm going to decide in the next couple of minutes, I suppose, when they call a vote.
If the committee will allow me, I'll weigh in on my thoughts. Or Councilor Hopkins, please, you go ahead if you want to speak more.
I might as well bring forward my comments. So we've already approved an 8-story. There are many, many reasons why it is consistent with the policies of not only the city, but with the provincial policy statement. It is in an ideal area, intensification, a transit area. I don't want to go into the reasons why the 8-story is something that I'm supportive of. What I'm not supportive of is that we are taking away our affordability and giving the applicant the extra units and the 4 stories. And we are just doing that here tonight with really any further consideration other than we are consistent with the PPS and our policies. That's, to me, it does not, that's something that I can't really just arbitrarily just say, yes, just do 4 stories more. We've heard from the public. We've heard from staff's recommendation about refusing. We've heard the concerns around the affordable housing, losing that. The bottom line to me is it doesn't fit. It strictly doesn't fit. And I think we have to measure that, not just arbitrarily put in 4 stories, because we are of the opinion it does meet the policy statements in our policies. And I will not be supporting this motion because I disagree with it completely.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the acting mayor to take the chair, please.
And I will recognize Councillor Lehman.
Yeah, you know, this is an interesting one. I guess what I'm looking at, I think if you go by the strict guidelines of the London Plan, maybe not fitting, but the London Plan was written already many years ago. And I think we've all commented that it's quickly becoming out of date with our new challenges on housing. What this does provide is 30 more units on the same footprint, no increase, no change to reduction of green space. There wasn't any green space to begin with. It's not affecting that, but as the applicant said, it's steps away from Victoria Park. And I look at the community, like it's where this proposed build is surrounded by commercial or parking lots. There's no residential up against it. Around the corner, Richmond and Kent, there's I think it's 30 stories, I think. Over on Talbot, there's you know, a few blocks away, a similar high-rise as well. There's high-rises in the area. So I don't think it dramatically changes the streetscape. As far as affordability, unfortunately, affordability is no longer allowed through Bill 23, although it has come up in applications before the committee, but with promises. So we are taking on faith that the developer will go through with that. You know, this is what we talk about intensification, but without car traffic. There's no increase in parking spaces. Parking spaces are, I think there's 8 or something like that. Like, this is designed for people to live and work downtown and walk around or use transit. It's steps away from Richmond Street Transit Corridor. So I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. I have no one else on the speakers list at this time, and I will return the chair to you.
Thank you. So before I call the vote, I'll look around one more time for anyone who would like to speak to this. Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. That concludes the scheduled items. We're now moving into items for direction, and I've got a request for committee to consider actually going in reverse order with Carfrae Street up first, followed by 221 Queens Ave, and then lastly, comprehensive review of the London Plan update. So I will look for motions. Councillor Hopkins, make that motion. Can I get a seconder on that? Acting Mayor Lewis, so I'll call that vote. It's a hand vote, sorry. I'll just say a vote, that's okay.
Closing the vote, the motion carries.
Thank you. We will be going first with 4.3, followed by 4.2, then 4.1. So 4.3, it's regarding 39 Carfrae Street. We have a request for delegation status from a few folks. So I will okay, instead of looking for committee approval to hear our delegates on each individual one, there are, I believe, are 3. We can do it in one motion if that's okay with committee. I see nods. Okay, so can I have a mover, please, for that? Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Hopkins, and I will call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, the first delegation status request is from Mr. Guard. Mr. Guard, are you here? I see you. So you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Jeff Guard, and I own 39 Carfrae Street. I have to first thank all the support from friends, family, even past owners, young and old. This issue about the easement has been discussed with staff since April of 2022. Multiple attempts, including a 60-minute presentation with staff, all parties involved, and followed up with written submissions. So some people are saying it's a surprise that I'm requesting that the easement be removed, but I don't know how, because we've been talking about it for over a year. Couple points of why I want it removed. There's so many, I feel personally that it's a poorly written document with many mistakes, many confusing comments. And I'm just going to pick out, you've all seen my presentation, I'm going to pick out a couple. Section 2.8E, planting of trees, shrubs, and vegetation, which states which would cause damage or negatively affect cultural heritage, value, or interest. So I don't understand. So I asked the last year's heritage manager and was told that no city approval is required. So, but I also understand that I'm sure if I was to plant English ivy that grows up the house, or a wisteria vine, or when we cut down the magnolia tree out front, people are going to complain. So do I have to get a permit for that in advance, or do I not? There's lots of those in this easement, which it's up for discussion. Some you do, some you don't. It's not clear. The easement itself was presented as bringing clarity and guidelines for both the city and myself, because the easement is between us two parties, the owner and the city. The easement does not use words like discuss, collaborate, or mediate. It's all one-sided. Many of the features in the cultural heritage value or interest are not even based on historical facts. The first one, which gets a lot of attention, the thistle. This is on top of the house. It's been removed. We had permission from city staff to have it repaired. The wood finial was rotten and we need a new roof. That was done last June 2022, and it's in rating. This thistle did not come from Queen Elizabeth. This thistle was not given to Archie, who didn't serve in the war. He was 51 when the war started. He was never in the war. This was even documented by me reaching out to the Royal Trust in Britain and confirmed by Barbara Hilderson, and you have the documentation in the profile or in my presentation stuff. So the thistle, completely false. Let's move on to the fireplaces, because they are the next topic of conversation that city staff keep coming back to. The most recent email last week, city staff would like a discussion on how we can reinstall the blue mantle and the tile surround while meeting fire code. It's not possible. The blue mantle was installed in 1972, which we had verified by previous owners. We have documentation by photos of it written on the wall, but we also know it doesn't meet fire code. And there's pictures of it. The reason it doesn't meet fire code is in 1972, the Suzuki brothers built a new fire box, shrinking the old one, but also bringing it into the room, not attaching it to the original fire box. Therefore, it pulled apart. But by the extension coming into the room, we also didn't meet the hearth requirements. You have to have 15.75 inches from the face of the firebox for the hearth, which we don't because it came into the room. It can't be reinstalled like that. The original firebox in the west parlor, the blue fireplace, it is the same as the east parlor.
1 minute.
The east parlor fireplace has this tile. This tile is 6 inches. It doesn't fit. The firebox is only 3 3/4 inches. This is 6 inches. This was never original. It was installed with wooden blocking. So the end is I would like a new easement created. The old easement thrown out so we can start fresh. We need the easement, the current one removed, so it's an even playing field. It's not, we can't have a collaborative discussion about this easement.
30 seconds.
When I have no control or no input. It's even a quote from, it has been told to me, I'll word it this way, it's irrelevant if Jeff is accurate. It's irrelevant if Jeff is accurate. It's all that matters what is said in the easement. That, I have problems with that. So I asked the staff, or through the council, through PEC, that we remove the current easement, and staff is instructed to work with us to create a new collaborative one.
And that's your time, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Jeanette Hodder. Please, ma'am, if you can, sorry about the height. Can someone help her out, reduce the
Just
height there?
tip it, I guess, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Janae
please.
Hodder, 20 Mayfair Drive. I'm speaking today as a member over many years of Architectural Conservancy Ontario, London branch. ACO has a long relationship with the Carfrae Cottage, and going back, of course, through Julia Beck, who took leadership roles in both the local ACO and also the provincial. She received the Lieutenant Governor's prestigious Heritage Award for Lifetime Achievement in 2008. In essence, she was an acknowledged giant in the heritage sector who approached all challenges with intelligence and integrity. I personally remember talking to Julia in the late 90s about this wonderful little cottage that she and Alan had found and were hoping to buy. It had original heritage features and was in a scenic, somewhat secluded neighborhood across from the Thames River near Wortley Village. Most important, the cottage came with a rich history through the original owner, Robert Carfrae, a carpenter who emigrated from Leith, Scotland, and eventually came to London in 1827 to help build the old courthouse on Rideout Street. As longtime heritage advocates, Julia and Alan Beck lived the retirement dream in this perfect cottage on Carfrae Street, which Julia set about researching and documenting in detail. The cottage, built around 1860, here's where my glasses are needed, sorry folks. The cottage, built around 1860, is a fine example of traditional Ontario cottage architecture with a hip roof and white stucco double brick walls resting on a rubble stone foundation. The classic simplicity of its 3-bay design is enhanced by Gothic Revival detailing in the steep center gable with many unique and original features inside. In the years following Julia's death in 2012, Alan met frequently with a small committee from ACO London to ponder and hopefully determine the best possible future for this cottage after his eventual death. At these meetings, we enjoyed the simple elegance of this home as we met in the recessed living room on the west side. In 2017, ACO London commissioned a building assessment to be prepared by our heritage architect, John Rutledge. Over the last weeks, it has been more than uncomfortable to hear this precious home discussed and viewed through the unfettered lens of social media. As you know, the heritage easement agreement between the Beck family heirs and the City of London is not the same, but additional to its heritage designation. It was designed to emphasize the extreme importance of this particular property and to better assure its future. The current owners implicitly bought into this agreement at the time of purchase in June of 2021. At today's meeting, you as a planning committee are being asked to give the new owners permission to violate one part of an agreement to which they gave assent only 2 years ago. Further, you are now being asked for approval to scrap the easement agreement altogether and come up with something new. This is the same document created with sincerity, forethought, knowledge, and respect for this heritage property by both the city and the Beck family heirs. It has been approved by the former Latch, by the Peck Committee, former Peck Committee, and by City Council. What is the point of creating this kind of agreement if it is now and so soon to be ignored or totally revamped? The easement should not be disregarded in this way. The new owners need to work with the city, as others do, to make things work for the property's future. I encourage you as a city committee to vote against both proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next delegate would be Helen Beck.
Hello.
Ms.
Hi.
Oh, Ms. Beck, there you are.
Is the mic on?
Try it again.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, we can hear
thank
you great.
Thank you very much.
Please, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Carfrey Cottages former owners. I'm here with my brothers. We entered into the Heritage Agreement in 2021 to conserve Carfrey Cottage for future generations. We are concerned that granting either of Mr. Gard's requests will harm not only Carfrey Cottage, but create an unfortunate precedent. Mr. Gard provides no real justification for his request. Essentially, he seeks to ignore or be excused from the terms of this unique heritage easement. Additionally, Mr. Gard has made this into a very public battle via media and the Facebook. In a media interview, he stated that the easement is, quote, based completely on a mystical narrative and on fraud, if I'm not being kind. We passionately reject this. These claims and similar ones made in his submissions to you. Our comments focus first on some context, including the significance of us entering into this heritage easement agreement when Carfrey Cottage already had a heritage designation, as well as our upfront and full disclosure of the easement agreement. Second, we supplement the well-reasoned staff report by addressing points in Mr. Gard's subsequent submissions. So on to context. Our parents practiced what they preached by lovingly maintaining and restoring Carfrey Cottage. They entrusted us with finding buyers who would do likewise. To help with this, we sought out the additional protections provided in a heritage easement agreement, including protecting features whose heritage value is recognized more now than in 1988 when the house was designated. For example, I recall our mother specifically being concerned that the fireplace mantles merited protection, and she was an expert in this area. In 2021, this heritage easement agreement for a private home was unique in London. This reflects not only the heritage significance of Carfrey Cottage, but our willingness to accept an easement. Like any easement, a heritage easement likely negatively affects market value. This saving for the buyer helps offset the additional costs of heritage restoration. Mr. Gard is a real estate agent, so he and his partner owner were surely more aware of these factors than most buyers. We work collaboratively with the city on the agreement. The agreement is between us and the city, not between Mr. Gard and the city. Future owners do not get to collaborate on the terms of the agreement. They must cooperate on its application. The whole point of the agreement is to create an easement. It's called a heritage easement agreement, which is registered on title to bind future owners. Their choice is whether or not to buy the property with the easement. We only wanted buyers who truly wish to protect heritage and would honor the terms of the easement. Thus, we disclosed right up front before any viewings the draft easement agreement and said it would be put on title before closure. Moving on to the specifics of the roof request, we emphasize that the applicants have frustrated the city's review, providing only 2 extreme quotes. Indeed, Mr. Gard's own submission to this committee shows he was given more reasonable options for wood or alternative materials visually similar to wood in March and April. That's before the May application to alter the easement. However, he declined to pursue these options, let alone to provide them to the city. And this is at item 5 of his first submission. The estimates or ballpark figures he got do not seem out of line. This type of material is a normal alternative for buildings with the less stringent heritage designation. And we have more rationale on the reasonableness at page 1 of our submission. As for Mr. Guard's new submission to remove the heritage easement agreement, in our view, this is outrageous. The heritage easement is reasonable and clear, and it's only 2 years old. Our submission in the second annex has a point-by-point rebuttal of Mr. Guard's assertions regarding purported problems with the easement. For instance, he attacks the easement for protecting non-original items, insinuating they are either erroneously or deceitfully presented as original, when
30
no
seconds.
such claims are made. Underpinning Mr. Guard's litany of complaints are precisely the reasons we enter into the heritage agreement, to get extra protections to conserve this priceless cottage. So in conclusion, we urge you to protect heritage, or at least uphold the city's approval only 2 years ago, and reject both the requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the delegate presentation, so now we'll go to committee for discussion. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, I didn't notice any presentation from staff. I'm wondering if staff have any remarks they'd like to make at this point.
Staff are welcome to present. We have your report, but you're welcome to go through it as requested by the councillor.
Great, thank you. My name is Michael Gregwell, Heritage Planner with the City of London. As noted, the subject property is 39 Carfrae Street. It's very significant for its cultural heritage value. As noted, Carfrae Cottage was built circa 1860 by Robert Carfrae, who was given the land in compensation for his involvement in the construction of the Middlesex County Courthouse. In 2021, prior to the sale, as noted by one of the delegations, the city and the estate of Alan Beck and Julia Beck entered into a heritage easement agreement with the city in order to further protect the cultural heritage value and the heritage attributes of the property for Londoners. The intent of the heritage easement agreement, as I understand it, was to honor their parents' intention of the dwelling be preserved as a resource for the City of London and its residents. Since the property was sold in 2021, much of the communications with the current owners have been complaint and enforcement driven. As you know, as staff, when we receive complaints from the public, we must investigate the validity of those complaints, and that has really driven many of the concerns and communications to date on this property. Starting in November of 2021, staff received a complaint about the installation of a new fence on the property. Staff investigated the complaint, confirmed that yes, a new and larger fence was installed. The HEA, the Heritage Easement Agreement, does not identify the fence as a heritage attribute of the property, but there are specific provisions related to the construction or removal of a fence. In May of 2021, another complaint was received about the fence, as well as the heritage plaque on the front of the property being removed. Eventually, staff were able to work retroactively with the applicant to approve the fence as per the terms and conditions of the Heritage Easement Agreement. So that issue was resolved. Moving on to the Thistle, in June of 2021, staff were contacted by the applicant in regards to the repair of the roof in the Thistle, a decorative metal piece, as Mr. Guard showed. As normal repairs are contemplated within the Heritage Easement Agreement, staff confirmed the approvals were not necessary given that this was a repair. That issue was resolved. Later in June of 2021, staff received complaints regarding images that were posted online from a rental advertisement showing that the fireplaces had been altered. The fireplaces are included, as noted, as a heritage attribute and protected. This is still an ongoing item. That brings us to the application that's in front of you this evening. This is for the roof. So the application that we've received right now is the owner has applied seeking permission to remove the existing wood roof, and I note it's described within the Heritage Easement Agreement as a hipped roof clad in wood shingles. I'll also note that the current wood roof in the cottage was installed around 2001. As you can understand, the original roof from 1860 would have been long gone by this point. In the mid-20th century, an asphalt shingle roof was installed. The current roof would have been installed by the Becks in 2001 as a part of a restoration effort. When staff evaluate applications proposing replacement options for roofing, staff are often seeking information to ensure that all the replacement options are fairly being considered. In particular, this is very common for slate roofs when the lifespan is about 100 years and we're nearing the end of it. We know that often it's not feasible, it's often cost prohibitive to replace slate with slate. Sometimes that's also demonstrated with wood shingles as well, or shakes. In previous examples, staff have worked successfully with owners to identify composite roof materials that replicate those historic aesthetics, but are also fairly priced. In this application, as noted, there was one quote provided from a Toronto-based roofing company, upwards of $114,000 plus HST, and then a different quote for asphalt shingles at a replacement cost of about $23,000. Staff have asked for additional quotes with regards to wood, with regards to composite materials, and with regards to asphalt. No additional information was provided. At the moment, the application that has been provided to staff to make a recommendation on has really been looking at two different alternatives. One, a very expensive wood roof, and then a much cheaper asphalt replacement at $23,000. So despite requesting additional information, we just did not receive that additional information as requested. So staff absolutely do recognize the existing roof is beyond its life cycle and may be in need of replacement. Staff are not opposed to a replacement. And at this time, the application does not include sufficient information for staff to provide a positive recommendation, and as such are recommending refusal. Also note, we are encouraged to see that in the submission materials the applicant submitted for the agenda, there are some considerations of alternative materials, one of which was a product that staff have recommended for approval in the past. In some of those promotional materials, they note the costs for these products are often 1/3 less over the time of the product, lifetime of the product. So a property-specific quote was not provided for this specific one. This type of information would have been useful and crucial for this application. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to follow up a bit on the fencing. If you could just maybe walk us through that process as well, a little bit more in detail.
Staff.
Sure. Through the chair, the fencing is not identified as a heritage attribute in either the heritage designating bylaw or in the heritage easement agreement. However, there are special provisions included within the heritage easement agreement that identify there are approval processes to construct or remove fencing on the property. In the complaint that we received, actually the two complaints that were received by the city, there was concern that a new fence had been constructed without proper approvals. Staff did investigate that and determine yes, that was true, and we're able to work retroactively through a heritage alteration permit process to approve the new fence.
Councillor.
Thank you. I think those are all my current questions for staff from now. I think the thing that I've been mulling over this weekend that's making it more complex is we really have one application before us, which is for the roof. And that is the one that the Community Advisory Committee on Planning has reviewed. I also had met with the applicant last week and mentioned this, that today we are supposed to be discussing the roof. We are not. It's gone further. And so I do find this almost to be very difficult to have a clear discussion on because we have two different, I would say, potentially decision-making points, given that we are being moved along with lots of information. Unfortunately, we haven't heard all sides of the story, I find. We regarding the easement, have not had a report from staff to fully explain perhaps the disagreements in the easement agreement that the current applicant has with staff. So I find this difficult to have a coherent opinion on at this point, given the lack of information. So I'm hoping to put a motion on the floor to try and clarify some items. And I have circulated that to the secretary. And the idea being, if we are to be making any kind of discussion or decisions on the easement agreement, I personally would like more information. And so the motion that I circulated to staff in advance would seek out to resolve these concerns and find more information in order for us to actually have a proper discussion as committee with all of the information from all sides of the story. So I don't know if the committee secretary is able to pull that up.
Okay, I see that's up before us, so you're moving that, and I'm looking for a seconder for that motion. Councillor Hopkins?
I'll second it, but I've got lots of questions.
Fair enough. So we've got a motion moved and seconded, so now I'll open the floor on discussion. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, okay, so the recommendation speaks just to the replacement of the roof. That's what I thought we're here this evening to deal with. I know we've got this motion that is looking into the easement, and I heard from the owner that he does want a new easement. And there's lots of questions around that because we've already got an easement, and how does that work, and what are we doing? But I would like to personally just concentrate on the recommendation in front of us, which is I would hope, work with the applicant to come up with alternative materials, whatever, that, and work with staff to replace the roof. I think that, so if I've got it all wrong, maybe through you, Chair, if I can go to staff to just clarify what we're doing here this evening.
So I'll go to staff. I think the councillor is asking, you know, whether the motion in front of us is going beyond, above and beyond the roof that was originally, you know, on the agenda.
Thank you. Through the chair, the application that is in front of you this evening is specifically related to the replacement of the roof, the application for the replacement of the roofing material. I think if I haven't misunderstood, the current motion in front of you, I think is to address some of the other items that the applicant has brought up this evening.
Councillor.
And through you to staff, if we're going to do, have further or look into the heritage easement and to the other challenges that the owner is facing, what normally would that process look like if we were going to start a new easement? Is this the beginning of that conversation if this motion is approved?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, if the request is to evaluate an amendment to the current existing easement agreement or to enter into a new easement agreement, that would typically involve a similar process as the original easement agreement was entered into and require the consent of both municipal council and the property owner. It would involve bringing a report through the Heritage Committee and Standing Committee and Council in a similar way that the original easement agreement was entered into. And it would involve some level of an amending agreement registered on title in the same manner as the original Heritage easement agreement, or potentially a new agreement being entered into with the concurrent release of the existing agreement.
Councillor.
So with this motion in front of us, does that address a new easement?
Staff.
Through the chair, my understanding is with the motion in front of us is to have the parties kind of come together and have discussions on the easement agreement and report back to municipal council with respect to that and scoped in a specific manner. That's my reading.
Councillor.
And one last question, since I've got the mic. Will it address the recommendation that's in front of us about the roof?
Go to staff.
Sorry, through you, Chair. Could you repeat the question? Thanks.
I could try to paraphrase, but I'll go back to you, Councillor.
Yeah, I thought we were just dealing with the recommendation in front of us, addressing the roof and the replacement of the roof. This recommendation, would it also address that, or can we make the decision about the roof tonight? I'm just trying to understand the motion a little bit more and the process going forward.
Through you, Chair, yes, we could keep the conversation going with the decision on the roof. That is the recommendation before you. There's some additional information that was also provided tonight by the applicant in terms of alternative from, that we haven't had that opportunity to look and investigate that information, as it's new information since when the application was submitted.
Councillor. Okay, Acting Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to break this up into two parts and be looking to staff and the councillor for some input and guidance on this as well. So notwithstanding there's the staff recommendation, our current Planning and Heritage Advisory Committee, regardless of conclusions that were reached by a previous latch, have actually said they do not support the staff recommendation and that they support allowing the applicant to go ahead with the asphalt roof. And I'm quite aware of the fact, as the applicant has connected with myself as well, that right now we have a roof that has some leaks, and staff have said they recognize it's past its life cycle. So the longer we wait, the more, regardless of the material, the more expensive the repairs get, and the closer we get to demolition by neglect, which unfortunately we've seen many times in the city, both for properties, commercial and residential. So I'd like to deal with the roof tonight. And my support is with the advisory committee's recommendation to approve the asphalt shingle roof. Now, I appreciate that we have new information. And if there's an alternate material that the applicant is amenable to that creates the, I hope I don't embarrass her, but I'm gonna have a little fun with her. If it creates the heritage-y feel that an alternate material can provide, I'm amenable to that as well. So whether it's an asphalt or a another composite material, if both the staff and the property owner can be satisfied with an alternate material, I'm prepared to approve an alternate material. I want a little bit of clarity though as well, and so I'll look to staff for some comment on an alternate material, and if the chair will allow, I might ask if the applicant can also expand on their willingness to adopt an alternate material. But I also want to talk about the Schedule C and Schedule D parts. I will say, Councillor Frank, I'm going to look to you for a little clarity in terms of some of the items that you want to have addressed here. Because from the material that I've been provided, and I look at the, for example, the origins of the thistle from the archivist and historian of the Queen Elizabeth Castle of May Trust. I take that as pretty credible evidence that at least one of the two origin stories for the thistle, and there are two, they can't both be true. Only one can be true. So I would like that sorted out and clarified in the easement. So I would like the easement amended. I also, hear what the applicant has said about the fireplace and the fireboxes. I first started hanging around this building in 2014. I can actually remember minor variances at Committee of Adjustment where we were asked to deny because of a heritage attribute, but at the same time, we had representatives from a building code saying you can't deny because fire code requires us to change this so that it meets modern building codes and fire safety. So what I heard from the applicant tonight with regard to the fireplace, to me is very compelling, that there is a problem with the easement. If it can't meet fire code, it can't meet fire code, and heritage does not trump safety. So through you, Chair, I'm wondering if I can first ask staff, perhaps if you'll indulge a response from both staff and the applicant on an alternate composite material. I'd like to hear on that, and then I would like to hear what the details Councillor Frank is looking to have discussed in the Schedule C and D. Because I'm supportive of having this amendment, or this easement amended. I think 6 months is a reasonable time frame. I just want to know what we're capturing in that from the ward councillor's perspective. So through you, Chair, if I can get the roof answer first.
Okay, so let's go to staff and maybe some possibilities for alternate materials. We're doing a bit of, I think was intended for the work in the motion, quite frankly, but I'll allow it to get some thought, and then I'll go to Mr. Guard to see, you know, his thoughts on that. We're dipping our toe a bit into that water, but but I'll allow it. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, staff are absolutely willing to listen to or explore different opportunities for alternative materials. There are, I think, two materials that were presented in the additional information for the agenda this evening. One of the two materials has been previously approved for heritage alteration permit from a wood shingle roof or a wood shake roof to a composite. I think it's a rubber material, if I'm not mistaken. The information that was provided did provide some just general promotional information related to cost, but not a hard specific cost or a real quote that'd be usable. So it's difficult to determine whether that's a feasible quote or not. But certainly in terms of a material that achieves the aesthetic appearance qualities of the existing wood roof, yes, that's absolutely a material that staff would be willing to work with.
Okay, I'm going to go to Mr. Guard. Any comments there, Mr. Guard, about alternate materials other than wood or asphalt? Like, where's the between?
So my comment is, we currently have a roof with 2 layers of asphalt shingles and a layer of pine shakes. The roofing system is not only pine, it's also the 2 layers of asphalt. And the reason that's important is because the pine, we come to find out, was deteriorated when we purchased the property, and it's actually the asphalt shingles below that is keeping most of the water out of the house. So I'm not asking for upgraded material, as I feel that some parties are. I'm asking to replace my roof, which is asphalt, with asphalt. I don't want to spend $70,000 on a synthetic roof. I don't want to spend $130,000 for a new cedar shingle roof. That's not, I don't really believe that is fair when we have an asphalt roof.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to the acting mayor because this, I think, changes the dynamic and maybe goes to, maybe the reasoning for your question, I don't know. Maybe you're learning stuff as we go. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, it does help my questioning to some degree because I come back to our advisory committee recommendation. And, you know, I am the first one, colleagues know I'm the first one to question recommendations from advisory committees. But I think that they've brought forward a recommendation that I can be supportive of here because there is, and I've seen the photos, so there are asphalt shingles under the wood shaker. There's no question about that. And I think it is fair to allow asphalt to be replaced with asphalt. So I would like to approve the roof tonight so that we don't have continued damage to this property. I do think that there are a number of troubling items, as I've outlined, with the conditions that are in the easement, and they may be just simply a result of the information at the time the easement was brought into consideration were believed to be valid and have since, you know, new information does surface, and what was presumed to be something that was heritage can turn out to be something that was a more recent renovation to a property. So I want to go back through you, Chair, to the councillor with regard to Schedule C and D. I'd just like a little bit more clarity from her on her intent to those particular clauses in her motion.
I'm going to go to Councillor Frank and Councillor Hopkins. I'll let you weigh in as well, but first I'll go to Councillor Frank.
For sure, yes. I think that we've all probably received some communication regarding the various discrepancies between staff and the applicant on this item. And my motion is hoping that staff and the applicant can come together and discuss the various items. I don't have a limitation, a minimum or maximum, anything on C or D is on the list. But to discuss, you know, what is your understanding of it? Is there anything that you're planning on changing on it? Should we have this, change some of the wording? Does that make sense? Essentially, I think I'd really like them to be able to work in a collaborative way. That is my goal. And if there is some things that maybe color change, size, location, need to be amended, I'm not necessarily against it, but I don't think that we can just throw out this easement as is, given there's quite a lot of items listed for that are attributes that contribute to it. So, you know, I don't want to lose some things from it when maybe it's just one or two items that are really the stickler. So my goal is more just to keep the conversation between staff and the applicant going to ensure there is understanding between the two on various items.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, just following up on Councillor Frank's comments, I do appreciate this motion. To me, it is about the applicant and staff working together. I hear the mayor's, acting mayor's concerns around a leaky roof. I've got one that needs to be fixed right now as well. But I would hope that staff would work with the applicant sooner than later when it comes to the roof. But I find this motion sort of dealing with a number of concerns before throwing out the easement, which will have a further conversation. So I will be supporting it.
Acting Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. So I did want to come back after Councillor Frank's comments because I appreciate actually, I like the fact that you want to keep it open-ended, and let's review all the points of contention and come back with an amended easement at some future date. It is certainly easier to amend than to start back at square one and hope you capture everything. So I appreciate that. I don't know whether the councillor will deem this to be friendly or not, but I'd like to amend her motion that we approve the installation of asphalt shingles or an alternate composite, because Mr. Guard has options, although if asphalt is the route he chooses to go, I'm okay with that. So I'd like to move, I'd like to amend it to approve the installation of the asphalt shingles, and then the rest of the councillor's motion direct staff to work with the applicant to resolve the outstanding concerns, Schedule C and D, the Heritage Easement Agreement, bring back an update in 6 months on the status. It being noted that staff are to suspend enforcement measures on the existing fireplace matters until further direction from council on the Heritage Easement Agreement. And I think that that's really important because I do know that the applicant was served with a letter that provided a deadline in August. If we are giving 6 months for a discussion on the easement, then we, I think, do have to suspend the enforcement until that discussion takes place. So I support everything the councillor says, but I would like to include an amendment that approves the installation of the asphalt tonight if she's amenable to that. If not, I'll try it as a separate motion.
Councillor, I'll go to you to see if you would accept that as a friendly amendment.
I think that there are councillors among us who might want to vote on it separately. So at this point, just for that reason, I think I'm not going to accept it as friendly. Sorry.
Okay, Acting Mayor, it looks like we'll have to treat that as a separate amendment that we will vote on. Do you have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Hillier has seconded, so I'll open the floor for that discussion on the amendment only. If the acting mayor can take the chair again so I can speak to this.
Sure. I just want to before you speak to this, Counselor, before you turn over the chair, process-wise, I had suggested I'll introduce it as a separate amendment if necessary, and then you had talked about it as an amendment to Counselor Frank's motion. I just want to be clear which.
My understanding, and the clerk can correct me, is that Counselor Frank was not willing to treat this as a friendly amendment, so that we will treat this amendment on its own, that we will now vote on separately.
Right, okay, gotcha.
So that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, so we vote on the amendment first, and then the main motion as amended, or the original if the amendment fails.
Yeah, they might separate it out, but that's where I see, I think the clerk's in agreement. So I wanted to wait to see if anyone wanted to speak to the amendment before I chimed in. So I'll take that back, if you don't mind, or I'll just leave the chair with you.
Okay, I will recognize Counselor Lehman, and then I've got Counselor Hopkins after that.
Okay, so this is a tricky one, and it just, I feel like I'm a judge and, CSI with proof and Exhibit A and Exhibit B. My feeling is that the Beck family did a terrific job in restoring this to how they felt it was of their time, or the time of, when it was built. However, I guess the question in my mind, when you do an easement, do you go based on the renovations or do you go based on the original building itself? And being that we're dealing with the roof, I see 2 layers of asphalt roof and then a shake roof put on, or pine roof put on by the renovation prior to the easement. The question in my mind is if a similar home in the area built in a similar time period that had a asphalt roof and it was leaking, would we require, and it was a designated heritage, would we require a pine roof, wood roof to replace that asphalt roof? So I want to ask staff that question. Or would we allow the asphalt roof to be replaced?
Well, let's ask staff that question.
Sorry, Chair, through you.
Thank you. Just through the chair, just to, if I can just ask a clarifying question. Are you asking whether a property with an asphalt roof, I guess it comes down to a matter of heritage status. I'm a little unsure on what the question, like how it's specifically related to the heritage status.
So my hypothetical question is this, through your chair. If there was a similar property with similar heritage status in the similar area, but it didn't have a pine roof, it had an asphalt roof like this particular property had before the pine roof was installed, because it's heritage, would the homeowner be required to put a pine roof on it instead of the asphalt roof?
And we'll go back to staff.
Thank you, and thank you for the clarification. To kind of speak in I guess in hypotheticals, in a heritage conservation district, we can use that as an example. Most of our heritage conservation districts, the Heritage Conservation District Plan outlines that if a change in roof material, and for most of them, would require a heritage alteration permit. Now, this doesn't specifically say it needs to be restored back to a specific material or time frame. It would come down to a matter of what's protected. So if a specific bylaw or easement agreement specifies a certain material, that's what's protected. That would be the kind of the baseline, if you will. For let's using the example of slate, similar approach for a Heritage Conservation District property. If a slate roof is proposed for replacement, we would use the same approach. We would look at, okay, is it feasible to replace it with the same material? If not, are there alternatives? And then we would explore those options. I'm hoping that gets to your answer, or to your question.
Thank you, Mr. Grigol. Councillor Lehman, does that help you process that?
Kind of not. But I guess where I'm getting at is this. Here we have a situation where there's a heritage property. The original heritage designation dealt with the shape of the roof, which is not being altered. An easement was sought after renovations were done, which added a different type of roof material. And it wouldn't be so much of a question, I guess, if the cost wasn't so considerable. I mean, that is a considerable differential cost between an asphalt roof and a pine roof or alternatives. So, you know, it's a judgment call. But in this particular case, you know, I will support the amendment because it seems like a reasonable thing for me to support for those reasons.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. I'm going to return the chair to you, noting we have Councillor Hopkins and then Councillor Hillier on the speakers list.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I won't be supporting the motion. I understand where it's coming from. I will be supporting the original motion, which I think would have got us there. I think here at committee, if I'm not an expert when it comes to roofs, heritage, I would prefer that these decisions would remain with staff and the applicant. So that's why I won't be supporting it.
I'll go to Councillor Hillier.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the acting mayor's position, and I'm just curious, has any consideration been given in looking into asphalt shingles that look from the street like the original white pine shingles? Because we're looking at a white pine roof that a quick search online, I couldn't find white pine shingles, and we have 2 layers of asphalt. So if we're going to be going down all the way down 3 layers of roofing, can we get something that at least looks similar but is cost effective? Because I cannot see forcing someone to spend almost 5 times what it costs for a regular roof, but I would like to see something that does fit with what we had before. Has that been considered, looking at something that was similar to what was before but in the asphalt?
I'll go to staff on that question.
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair, the application materials that were submitted did not look at details related to the appearance of the shingles. The only information that was submitted with the application was the wood roof at 114 plus HST, 114,000 plus HST, and then the asphalt shingle estimate as well. So those details were not submitted to the city.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'm not able to vote at this committee, but at council, I would be supporting the amendment per the acting mayor. Only in council 8 months, but there's been a few heritage files that have come before us that the general public doesn't seem to find reasonable or have common sense around them. And I think it's really important that we are serving the public, that we are serving them in terms of what we're maintaining in terms of heritage. And it's something that I'd like us to explore going forward to make sure that we are, you know, serving the general public when we're doing this kind of thing. There's challenging economic times. I don't want to see people not want to purchase heritage properties or not want to renovate because of maybe policies that aren't serving. So I look forward to supporting this amendment at council.
Thank you. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, following up on Councillor Stevenson's comments, I was wondering if Heritage could tell me on average how many heritage alteration permits that you receive a month, how many you approve, how many you refuse. I know in the last couple of months, I agree with Councillor Stevenson, we've seen, I think at least 1 refusal perhaps a month or every other month, and I just want to seek some clarity as to if that's a full and accurate picture of what you guys are working on.
I'll go to staff.
Thank you. Through the chair, the heritage alteration permit applications that typically come through Community Advisory Committee on Planning to Planning Environment Committee and then for council decision meet the terms and conditions under the delegated authority bylaw for referral to council. So you don't often see all of the approvals that are processed for heritage alteration permits. The delegated authority bylaw has really allowed for heritage alteration permits to be processed by staff administratively since about 2015. There are conditions for referral to council. Generally, they kind of fit into three different boxes. One, whether it's a complex application, this is typically a new building within a heritage conservation district. That always comes for council decision. Refusals come for council decision. And then HAPs where heritage alteration permits where the work has already started without prior approval. Those are really the three referral kind of conditions. In terms of numbers, approximately, we're processing about 100 heritage alteration permits per year right now, give or take. We saw a bit of a dip in 2020 and 2021, just as a result of COVID. But last year, looking at the numbers, we processed 103 heritage alteration permits. 86% of them were administratively processed through delegated authority. So those are ones that staff absolutely are willing to support. So of those 103, 14 were referred to council. Only 5 of those were recommended for refusal. So refusal recommendations are pretty small in terms of numbers when they're coming to this committee and to council. For the year to date, for 2023, we've processed, if you include this application, 56 heritage alteration permit applications, including this one only, that's only 2 recommendations for refusal. So about a 90% approval rating from staff at this point. Approval recommendation, not rating. Thank you.
Councillor?
Thank you. Yes, I was just hoping to get those numbers because I know as a new member on this committee, I had seen, I think, a couple refusals and thought perhaps that was all we were doing at Heritage, but it sounds like 91% approval is not so bad. So that is why I'm very interested in having my motion move forward, just because I would like to see an amicable resolution to this issue and have staff approve and be able to work with the applicant on that.
Any other comments or questions before we vote on the amendment? I'm going to ask the acting mayor to take the chair again. I want one more comment here.
Okay, I will take the chair, and I recognize Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. It was mentioned that we're not heritage experts. No, we are not. And I'd forgotten to include this remark when I was speaking. The fact is that the Heritage Advisory Committee recommended against the staff recommendation. They are the experts in heritage, and you know, in this particular case, it's another factor that I forgot to bring up because again, it's a very gray area here, and we're acting to make a judgment call. So I just wanted to get that on the record.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. I'll return the chair to you.
Thank you. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. You reminded me of one more comment. I was wondering if staff, because I wasn't able to make that planning meeting, if you could just review maybe when it came to this moment, I think that there was a failed motion and then the second motion went. I'm just wondering if staff who are there would be able to relay to us since, again, as we noted a little bit earlier by Council Pribble, the minutes don't kind of contain context. They contain the motion, the approval, and or refusal. So I'm just wondering if staff could outline us through kind of maybe Cole's notes of what happened at the advisory committee and how the vote went for the final one that we received.
So I'll go staff on that.
Sure, thank you. Through the chair, there was a motion on the floor at CACP to support the staff recommendation at first. There was good discussion, I should say, on both sides first. I would say that the attitude amongst the committee members was pretty split. I think there was a good kind of consensus between both sides of the discussion. The first recommendation or motion to support the staff recommendation failed. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was 4-6. It was a close number, something in that range. And then on the opposite, to refuse the staff recommendation or disagree with the staff recommendation was about the same, but the opposite. So it was a pretty close vote from my recollection.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thanks, yes. And I think maybe following up on Councillor Pribble's comments earlier, I think maybe moving forward, it'd be nice to chat with clerks about having descriptions of those resolutions, because sometimes I think if we just get the motion of what was approved, we don't see the context that it was a close vote. Any
other comments before I call the vote? Okay, we have, oh, I'm going to talk to the clerk for a second, just. Okay, we've got an amendment on the floor. Moving us. Ms. Westlake Power, you have your hand up. I'll go to you.
Thank you. Through the chair, can you hear me okay? I've had to switch my audio.
We can hear you fine.
Perfect. Okay, I just wanted to point out for the committee's information that the Community Advisory Committee on Planning is not the decision maker on this, and none of our advisory committees, we don't record the votes at any of those advisory committees. It's a simple majority to pass any motion of recommendation that they may have. Through the chair and with your indulgence, I will indicate, I understand that there's also perhaps members of the Community Advisory Committee on Planning in the gallery. I don't know if you wanted any additional context from any of the members who may have been at the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Westlake Power. Being that the votes were, or the discussion advisory committee process was raised, I think that's good information to have. So I'll go back to the committee before I call a vote. Acting Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Just through you, if the committee is amenable, I saw Mr. Wallace waving at somebody across the gallery. So if we do have members from the advisory committee, would either one like to make a, okay, he's waving me off, so I will listen to him and just let you call the vote.
The committee members are welcome to ask, you know, who they want to, but I'm cautioning the committee. We could go down a second debate here, you know, in the gallery between maybe opposing views. I don't know. Just supposing. It's up to committee members. I'll leave it at your hands. Okay, I will call the vote. The clerk will read the amendment.
So the motion reads, motion to direct staff to work with the applicant to resolve outstanding concerns with Schedule C and Schedule D of the Heritage Easement Agreement and bring back an update within 6 months on the status. It being noted that staff are directed to suspend enforcement measures on the existing fireplace matters until further direction from council on the Heritage Easement Agreement. That the motion be amended to include the following as a new part B. That the heritage alteration application to install asphalt shingles or an alternate composite material for the roof replacement of the property located at 39 Carfrae Street.
Okay, I want confirmation that we are just voting on the amendment, not the motion as amended. It was not a friendly amendment. It was. Sorry, folks, we will get the motion on the floor. It will just be on the amendment. The clerk, if you could read what we are voting on, please.
That the motion be amended to include the following as a new part B. B, that the that the heritage alteration application to install asphalt shingles or an alternate composite material for the roof replacement of the property located at 39 Carfrey Street.
Adding the words "be approved." So, refresh your screens, take a look at the motion, and I'm putting that on the floor now to vote.
Closing the vote, the motion passes 3-2.
Okay, so now we have a motion that has been amended that we can deal with separately, as I suspect the mover and the seconder would want to do, if that's correct. Yes, yes. Okay, so clerk, if we could separate that motion into two parts, an A and a B, possible.
So.
Okay, so we have the motion on the floor. It's split into two parts to allow voting A and B, B being the amendment. Before I call that vote, any final discussion? Seeing none, so I will call the vote now just on A, and then we'll vote on B. Okay, we're going to have two separate votes, one on the original motion, then we're going to vote on the amendment again. So the clerk has the wording up for the Part A, which is the original motion. And I'm going to call the vote on that.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
We'll be opening the vote on Part B, which is the amendment. I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 3-2.
Thank you. We will now be moving on to 4.2, which is 221 Queens Ave. I'll look for a motion to open the public oh no, we don't have a public participation, sorry. We do have a request for a delegation from the applicant. So I'll look for a motion to approve that delegation from committee. Acting Mayor Lewis makes the motion. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Hillier seconds. And I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. So I'll look to the applicant. Please give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Alex Hawson, and I'm here with you on behalf of the applicant and owner of the land, Sifton Properties. I'd first like to thank members of committee for their time and reconsideration of the application this evening. We have reviewed the staff's report, and we're in favor of the recommendation to grant extension of the temporary use zone for a period of 3 years. We have prepared a draft conceptual landscape enhancement plan, which has been added to the agenda this evening to demonstrate how the streetscape could be improved through the addition of plantings along the frontage of the lands. It would be Sifton's preference to maintain the existing number of parking spaces in order to uphold our tenant obligations, but we are committed to working with staff to provide a landscape enhancement plan that is satisfactory to both parties during the 3-year temporary zone extension period. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open the floor for discussion, et cetera, with the committee. Acting Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. I'm prepared to move the staff recommendation. I know I didn't support this the last time around. I supported the 1 year and then I changed my mind at council. I really appreciate the applicant providing a conceptualized enhanced landscape. That helps me get there. I also appreciate the communications we had between the last time this was at committee and then it got to council and to come back in terms of these spaces being fully leased, not for customer use, but keyhole use for employees. And the importance of maintaining those spaces so that employees can continue to come to work. This gets me to where I hoped we would get to when the 1 year kind of expired, and we're there months early. So happy to support this time.
Thank you. And I've got a second from Councillor Hillier. So we got a motion moved in second. I'll open the floor for discussion. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I'll be supporting it. I do have a question for you to staff. As we try to reduce parking lots, temporary parking lots in our city, I would encourage the staff to work with the developer to see how we can in some of these temporary parking lots. I know there are a number of other ones. We should have some consistency when we have these temporary parking lots come to our planning committee and we have to make these decisions. So I'm really encouraging not only that we have reduced lots at this site, but looking at other temporary parking lots that come forward, how we can do, how we can reduce the temporary placement. We must be able to do a better job in dealing with other developers. Sorry, I'm getting really tired all of a sudden, and my mind is just starting to wander, but it is really important. I recall the letter from the developer. We shouldn't signal just one developer. We should signal all the developers that hold these temporary licenses for the parking lots to do something about reducing them or getting rid of them. So I would really like to encourage staff to continue those conversations, see how we can implement them in our policies as well. Thank you.
Well, Councillor, I'm glad to hear I'm not the only one facing fatigue at this late hour. It's been a long day. Councillor Frank, was that expression of support, or did you want to speak to this? Okay. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, then I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1.
Okay, we are moving on to 4.1, our last item for direction, dealing with comprehensive review of the London Plan update. Another ripple from Bill 23 changes. I think before, there is a request for delegation status. Before I go to that, I'd like to go to staff for just a verbal presentation on why this is before us and a brief outline of what this entails.
Thank you. Through the chair. So the purpose of this report is to seek council's direction on the comprehensive review, given recent changes to the provincial legislation and the draft new provincial planning statement that was released in April. There's an added presentation as well to this effect. And it's also, the second purpose is to initiate the industrial lands review, and specifically the redesignation review, whereby landowners can request properties be evaluated for their potential to be considered for redesignation to other non-industrial place types. If we look to the timing of the new draft PPS, it was the day before Easter that it was released by the province, and it was the day after that long weekend that the terms of reference for the comprehensive review came to this council, or to this planning committee. So it does include, the terms of reference were then based on the 2020 PPS, which is the predecessor to this draft new one, and there are significant changes to growth management policy in the new draft PPS. Which would require amendments to the terms of reference. Comprehensive review, it was initiated primarily to discuss and address the land need question around land supply and the ability to accommodate projected growth in employment and housing. But the comprehensive review was initiated under Section 26 of the Planning Act. And in Section 26, one of the requirements is to have consistency with policy statements that are issued by the province. So by having a new draft PPS, there will be some substantive changes. There's many changes that came out of it, one of them being the change to the definition of employment land, whereby the commercial industrial place type would need a fairly extensive review. But it's not limited to that either. There's the length of a plan and other definitions as well. And the review then being issued under Section 26, if it is a comprehensive review, it would extend the timeline to get to the land need assessment result. So the report is recommending to close the comprehensive review that was issued under Section 26, to initiate a new official plan amendment consistent with the new policy framework once that is finalized by the province. But in the meantime, continue the land need assessment work that is ongoing right now as identified in the terms of reference. And the benefits of this approach are intended to focus staff resources on completion of the land need assessment, which supports the housing pledge and housing supply initiatives. It reduces the overall timeline for completing the land needs assessment by decoupling it from those other policy reviews that would be required, and then reducing the work that may be invalidated by the new PPS. And then as the second element is initiating industrial land review. That is again for redesignation and taking in requests from landowners to have their properties evaluated. Preliminary evaluation criteria are appended to the report with you this evening. That process does have an impact on the land supply and the land need study because any redesignated lands could be considered for housing or other land uses. And a future public meeting would be held to consider those redesignations and staff recommendations for properties to potentially be changed to other land uses. Happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Frank.
Thank you, yes. I was just curious, so I noticed that there are a bunch of amendments, and are there any delegation statuses on this, or they're just?
Yes.
Oh, okay, maybe I'll let them go first, and that might
I was
resolve each of
going
my
to just,
questions.
yeah,
Yep.
okay. I was going to ask committee if they'd like to hear from the delegate before we go. So I'll look for motion to Councillor Hopkins, second by Councillor Frank to approve the delegate. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Wallace, your dedication to LDI has not gone unnoticed
Yeah.
for you to be here at 10 after 9.
Well, I do appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight,
Yeah.
and I had a longer speech planned, but I think I'm going to narrow it down. First of all, we want to thank staff for bringing forward to us at an earlier stage, not just like last week, giving us the heads up that they are changing, they're making a recommended change from the comprehensive study to the a more focused land needs assessment piece, taking into account what they believe and what we believe and what we know is going to be true of what's actually going to get passed in the PPS in the fall. So they're taking a very progressive, proactive approach to this, and we appreciate the heads up, being that, to be honest, you know, it's our industry that will be the main, it'll be the discussion of our industry over the next year. I'm here about part one, not about the industrial review in terms of flipping those lands to different use. You may hear comments from me on that in another public meetings and so on going forward. But just we read the report over. We highlighted lots of things. At the end of the day, the benefits for closing the comp review are well articulated in the report. We agree with everything that's actually in here on what the approach. And, you know, there are going to be changes, a minimum of 25 years, just for example. The removal of identifying a built area boundary. There's a number of things that are in here. It doesn't, we're working with staff. Everything is on the table for discussion. We're working closely with them on the land needs review, which is already well underway under the Housing Supply Committee. It's been a very good relationship so far, and we look forward to the results. Our concern was things would get stopped, and then we'd be here this time next year getting things up and running again. And so you should know that your staff are taking a much more proactive approach to this, identifying that there is a need for all forms of housing within the community over the next decade. And that's it for tonight, and wakey, wakey.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace, and I echo your comments there. Thank you, because I think we're all on the same page here. We have a big target, and I appreciate your department for identifying critical paths to get there, and it helps us do our job. So now I will go to Councillor Frank.
Thank you. That didn't answer my question. So But that's okay. Mine are more for, I'm curious as to why we are, and I'm happy to do this, like switching industrial land to potentially residential land. I've got kind of a two-parter. One, if we do this, do they just not have to do a ZBA because then it'll already be deemed residential? And two, how come we don't look at like other zoning levels? I'm also running out of words. Zoning.
Classification.
Thank you, classifications other than industrial to open them up to residential. Like, why isn't this kind of like a feast for all? Whatever you want to be residential, if it's within reason, let's give her. So that's my question, two-parter.
I'll go to staff on the
Thank you.
giver part.
So through the chair, under the previous PPS, the main means by which you could redesignate was during the comprehensive review. And then it tied into your overall land supply. The broader we make the scope of this, the longer it may take. The definition, as well as the definition in the new draft PPS for employment areas changed. So it used to be that, other related types of uses could exist. Now it's only if they are secondary to the industrial. So for example, commercial industrial, which has a lot of standalone commercial and standalone office or institutional buildings, would no longer be permitted under that definition. So as long as that goes through in the final version that gets approved, that place type in particular is going to need a much closer look. So policies and mapping will need to be updated for that one. As part of an official plan review, the city certainly can look at changing any land uses, but this was a matter of, it was only within the last 5 years that the London Plan was approved. It does take time for lands to develop. It's only these sorts of legislative changes that might be that was the thinking behind why we might be considering these rather than all lands. But if there are issues that are brought to our attention during the official plan review, they could be considered as well. But again, it's also trying to scope it such that we can get to the land need result for the supply question faster.
Councillor.
Thank you. So then hypothetically, if somebody did come to you and they didn't have industrial and they had something else, commercial, and if it was reasonable, would you then consider converting to residential without a zoning bylaw amendment as part of the land needs assessment? Sorry, I don't know if I achieved full clarity there.
Staff.
So through the chair, so it would be an official plan amendment, London Plan amendment, rather than a zoning amendment. This isn't addressing the zoning. If it is a one-off, then they would have to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. This is kind of a broader citywide policy issue related to a change in the legislation. But we are open to hearing from the public about concerns. So if there is something that's a broader or a repeating pattern of an issue, then it may be something that would be addressed at a broader scale like this rather than on a case-by-case basis.
Councillor.
Thanks. I don't know if I perfectly understand, but I'm okay with that. My second part of this question was, another one. Oh, the other issues that people have identified about the comp review, that people wanted to make changes to the official plan. Since we're kind of putting this all on hold and just doing the land needs assessment, are those issues that people had, are we going to look at those later just at a case by case, like it might come as like one item on a PEC agenda, or how will we resolve issues that people have brought to us?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair. So the comprehensive review is no longer actually a defined term in the draft new PPS. So there's no guidance as to what it actually would include. But the section 26, or the official plan amendment that needs to be done is within the first 10 years of the plan being approved. So by January of 2027, staff would have to bring back a new official plan amendment and with a new scope of work we have to identify. But there's nothing preventing members of the public speaking to staff or other specific issues or other official plan amendments in the meantime as well, if there are issues that need addressed sooner. But this is just a matter of putting the review on pause so that the land needs can be decoupled from other policy reviews. And then a new plan of work will be brought back to council based on the new policy regime in the fall once we know what that is.
Councillor.
Thank you. Yes, I think that seems wise. And I think that maybe we won't ask you guys to look at anything else for the next year while you finish all the other stuff you're working on. So thank you for streamlining this.
Thank you. I'll go to Acting Mayor Lewis and then to Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you. I'll remind Councillor Franca that the next time she wants to refer something to staff for review. First of all, if that was the short version, I'm glad that we didn't ask Mr. Wallace to speak on the prior matter. But I appreciate his input there. A question for you, through you, Chair, to our staff. There's a couple of communications on the added from a Jay Fleming. Is staff aware who this person is? He seems like he's, oh, there he is up in the gallery. I just wanted to acknowledge our prior city planner, Mr. Fleming, is here tonight. Thank you for the communications on here. I know he and I have actually had a discussion about the Kellogg's area in very preliminary what could be seen there in the future, and I'm quite excited by that, and so I'm glad to see that communication is here. But I do, in all seriousness, have a question for staff with regard to this. And actually, it was Mr. Fleming's letter that sort of triggered this for me earlier today. When we were talking about industrial land place types, are we including that communication out to those areas that are designated light industrial? And not just the heavier industrial. And the reason I ask is similar to the Kellogg's. There are a couple of pockets in Ward 2 that are designated for light industrial that are honestly, they've been vacant properties, light industrial, for a long time. I know at least one applicant is going to be looking for a change to residential, but I think there may be some others there. And not only are they a change from light industrial to residential, but at least in one of the two where I'm aware of there being some interest, it's infill as well. So will this be covering light industrial as well as general industrial
I'll go staff.
Through the chair. So this is intended to be circulated and made known, and any landowner can request their property be evaluated. The evaluation is going to be based on both its continued use as an industrial use, and then its potential for other uses. So if it is a heavier industrial, there may be more brownfield types of conditions, or it may be that if you don't want it to sterilize existing industrial operations if one or two properties wish to change and they're surrounded by active ones. But staff are open to receiving requests from any type of industrial use.
So that, I guess, actually answers the part B of that question. We've got a number of added communications on the agenda tonight regarding areas that people want considered. So you don't need direction from us. As long as those communications are received, staff will take them from there. So that's, and I see everybody's heads nodding on that. So I hope they're not nodding off to sleep, that they're just nodding in agreement. Final, I guess, request then, through you, Chair, is can that notice please be circulated to council as well, so that if property owners in our wards may have some interest in reaching out, that we can share that information with them too.
Staff?
Through the chair, yes, we can circulate, yes.
Good. I see Councillor Rahman has joined us because she has nothing better to do at 10 o'clock in the evening. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, and through you, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Sorry, do you want to go back? You go back to your members of committee and then come to me.
Thank you. I was rude there and didn't see Councillor Hopkins. I'm going to go to Councillor Hopkins first, if you don't mind, Councillor. Just go ahead. I apologize.
No need to apologize. I would have been quite okay if Councillor Rahman went ahead. I just wanted to follow up on Acting Mayor's comments, acknowledging our former City Planner John Fleming. It's so good to see you here again. And really appreciate the comments coming from the stakeholders in the community. We've got quite a package here, and it's really important that we understand what's going on, thoughts, comments coming out from the stakeholders. I understand we need to do this comprehensive review. It is separate to the comprehensive rezoning that is going on too. I see lots of nodding heads, which is really important. So I understand staff have a lot of work going on. I do have a quick question through you, Mr. Chair, about the comprehensive review being done, completed before we look at the urban growth boundary review, or is that parallel, conjunction? Just what's the process like?
Could staff comment on the timing of the two?
Yeah. Through the chair. So the land need assessment is an element of the comprehensive review, but the rest of it then is policy reviews to ensure conformity with all your provincial policies and provincial plans. So the intention is that the land supply and the land need evaluation is to continue, so that we can get to that urban growth boundary discussion and look for the housing supply initiatives, like the things that it supports. But the other policy reviews that are related, that are part of a comprehensive review, would be what would be put on pause until the fall when a new scope of work is determined.
Councillor.
Yeah, so lots more information to come to this committee in the future. So thank you. Good luck with all the work that you've got ahead of you.
Councillor Rahman, now I will go over to you.
Thank you, and through you, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Wonderful, thank you. First, thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak at this late hour. And I must say this has been a marathon meeting, and thanks for all of your hard work on planning tonight. Yeah, I wanted to speak to this item as it relates to the Hyde Park area. And welcome the opportunity for further discussion of this topic. I do know that this has been an area of interest, specifically looking at converting this area to residential, but more and extensive conversations need to happen with residents and business owners in the area. So I am very supportive of the next steps in the process and making sure that it's as extensive as possible. Because there are, from the conversations I've been engaging in the last few months, there are many people interested in looking at the potential of this area and not just for residential. So I appreciate all the questions that have come from other councillors on the committee so far around how that discussion is shaping out with the comprehensive zoning and the comprehensive review part of this discussion, and how those kind of intertwine but are separate, I think is really important in this area. And I welcome the opportunity to have some of those conversations with our staff around some of the challenges that businesses in the area have faced because of this type of zoning at this point, and the permitted use. So based on what I've seen tonight, thank you. I want to say thank you again to Mr. Fleming and to those that have submitted communication thus far. Looking at this area and the potential for residential, I do see the value of residential in this area. It is, as others have stated, an excellent opportunity to see development in this area, which is, as I can see, and you can see from the letters that have been provided in this package, have not met the industrial needs of the community or the business community or in the industrial community that's looked at this property, that have looked at opportunities and have not been able to maximize that potential in the area. This, for those of you that haven't had a chance to walk or take a look at this area, you know, as mentioned in the letter, this is a beautiful piece of land. It backs onto a stormwater management facility, or I should say, it is late hour stormwater management pond, as well as a beautiful trail that's being developed and continues to be worked on. And so I see the value of looking at this property differently. And I do think that it will be seen as an attractive place for the city to grow within our urban growth boundary. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments? I'll look for a motion to receive. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Acting Mayor Lewis. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Hopkins, for recognizing Mr. Fleming up there. It's I'm not used to that angle. We'll forget that fellow to your side. We'll move on to deferred matters. There's an added 5.1, the 8th report of the Community Advisory on Planning. Look for a motion to receive. Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Acting Mayor Lewis, and I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
And folks, I believe that's a motion to adjourn. Acting Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Frank, all in favor.